Chapter 409. In Do Ayan's mind, only General Ji and Speaker Long could surpass her recommendation letter. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at Gu Nianji, but did not admit or deny anything in front of Do Ayan. He ignored Do Ayan and said to Gu Nianji, "Get in the car." He turned to leave. Gu Nianji quickly chased after him and left Do Ayan awkwardly at the entrance of the Masters of Law female students' dormitory. "What are you doing?" Do Ayan stomped her feet and watched the Mercedes-Benz SUV drive away. Annoyed, she picked up her phone and called her father, Prime Minister Do. "Daddy, this won't do. Gu Nianji won't give up her spot and General Hua is ignoring me." Prime Minister Do looked at the person still sitting in his office and smiled wryly. "I'm sorry, but I've spoiled my daughter too much." He sighed. "I've spoiled both of my daughters too much. I don't know what to do in the future." His term was almost up and he would soon have to start preparing for the second election. However, because of what had happened to his eldest daughter, Do Qingyan, the upper echelons of the empire were very displeased with him. Although they wouldn't immediately force him to step down or stop him from running, with his current situation, it didn't matter whether he was elected or not. He really didn't think he would be re-elected. Elections were not only time-consuming and laborious, but they were also extremely costly. He started from scratch and climbed up step by step with his own ability. But in the process of climbing up, without the approval of these big shots, it would have been impossible for him to become the Prime Minister. "Miss Yamaguchi Aiko, do you really have a way to re-elect me?" Although her idea had not worked, Prime Minister Do did not complain at all. He still treated her like a guest of honor. Yamaguchi Aiko sat on the sofa opposite Prime Minister Do's desk. She was wearing a cleaner's uniform and had a head of short hair. Her hair was thick and black, and her bangs were cut diagonally across her forehead. Her phoenix eyes had a faint blue tint to them, and her face was as fair as a silver plate. Her lips were light in color, and her eyebrows were thin. She looked a bit like an ancient Huaxia imperial court lady, but she also had the appearance and makeup of a Japanese woman. She said slowly, "Prime Minister Do, when we Japanese make friends, we are willing to do anything for each other. If you want to cooperate with us, don't doubt us." Her Chinese accent had a strong Japanese accent, and it was obvious that she was a foreigner speaking Chinese. However, her grammar and choice of words were very authentic. Prime Minister Do felt uneasy. His forehead was beaded with sweat. He wiped his forehead with a handkerchief and said softly, "You can't say that. I've sacrificed too much. If we fail at the last step, you can just leave, but our family will be finished." At that time, not only would he not be able to become the Prime Minister, it would be difficult for him to even keep his life. Yamaguchi Aiko giggled. When she laughed, her small mouth formed a small point. Although her face was round, when she laughed, she revealed a sharp chin. Coupled with her giggling, she really looked like a hen that had just laid eggs. Prime Minister Do felt the hairs on his neck stand on end. "Ms. Yamaguchi, don't just laugh. This is a serious matter. If you continue like this, we won't be able to work together." Prime Minister Do subconsciously looked around, worried that the Imperial Secret Service would appear around him. If they knew he was working with the Japanese conglomerates, he didn't know how they would deal with him. But he had no choice. None of the Huaxia Empire's bigwigs supported him. If he wanted to be re-elected, he would have to rely on external help. Prime Minister Do had never intended to betray his country. He was only using the Japanese conglomerates, and would never harm any national interests of the Huaxia Empire. Moreover, it was common for countries to interfere and use each other in elections. He wasn't the first person to do this, nor would he be the last. Thinking this way, Prime Minister Do felt more at ease. Yamaguchi Aiko giggled for a while, then her expression suddenly darkened. She stood up from the sofa. "Prime Minister Do, I still stand by what I said. The basis of our cooperation is mutual trust, common interests, and goals. If you can't even guarantee that, then there's no need for us to work together. Goodbye. Ms. Yamaguchi. Prime Minister Do panicked and chased after her from behind his desk. Please wait. Can't we discuss this carefully? Yamaguchi Aiko stopped in her tracks and turned to look at Prime Minister Do. She said seriously, I'm here on behalf of the Japanese Yamaguchi Gumi. They've joined forces with the top 10 conglomerates of Japan to find a suitable candidate to be elected Prime Minister. You see, we've raised this amount of campaign funds. As long as you agree to work with us, half of this money will immediately be transferred to your campaign team's bank account. As the representative of the Japanese conglomerates, I will personally help your campaign team gain international support. Prime Minister Do looked at the astronomical amount of campaign funds that Yamaguchi Aiko showed him. His heart thumped violently. His eardrums were filled with the sound of his heartbeat. For a moment, he couldn't hear or see anything. Only the long string of numbers lingered in his mind. Accept it. Accept it. What are you waiting for? As long as you can be re-elected, you'll be treated like a retired prime minister after you step down. You'll enjoy the highest level of protection and support in the empire. What are you waiting for? No. I can't accept it. Japan has a feud with the Huaxia Empire, and the Japanese Yamaguchi Gumi is a well-known international mafia organization. Although they're no longer clean, their roots are still there. They can turn black at any time. Working with them is like asking a tiger for its skin. I can't. I can't. Prime Minister Do could hear two people fighting and struggling in his heart. Yamaguchi Aiko had a mocking smile on her face as she quietly watched Prime Minister Do's intense internal struggle. In the end, the person in his heart who craved fame and fortune won. Prime Minister Do gritted his teeth and looked up at Yamaguchi Aiko. Fine, I'll work with you. But you have to show me your sincerity first. Other than depositing half of the money into my campaign team's bank account, what other sincerity do you have? A satisfied smile flashed across Yamaguchi Aiko's eyes. She took out a photo. What other sincerity do I have? The death of my sister is absolutely irreconcilable, does that count? Prime Minister Do accepted the photo in confusion. It was a young woman with thick, medium-length black hair. Her bangs fell across her forehead, and her large, black-framed glasses covered half her face. However, it was still possible to see that she had the same fair complexion as Yamaguchi Aiko. She had thin red lips and thin eyebrows. At first glance, she looked very much like Yamaguchi Aiko. This is my sister, Yamaguchi Yuko. Yamaguchi Aiko said angrily. She died at Hu Xiaoheng's hands because of Gu Nianji. I'm working with you for selfish reasons. I want Gu Nianji dead, and I want Hu Xiaoheng dead. You're the Prime Minister of the Huaxia Empire. If you don't agree, then we don't need to work together anymore. I'll find another partner. The corners of Prime Minister Do's mouth twitched. Are you serious? Your sister Yamaguchi Yuko is really dead. If you don't believe me, you can ask your special forces yourself. Yamaguchi Aiko put the photo back into her pocket. She wasn't afraid of Prime Minister Do investigating. After all, the news of Yamaguchi Yuko's car accident had been published in the newspapers. That's all I have to say today. I'll give you one more day. I can't delay any longer. If you still don't agree, I'll disappear and never appear in front of you again. Prime Minister Do watched as Yamaguchi Aiko walked out of his study. It was as if he was watching his great future go down the drain. Miss Yamaguchi. Prime Minister Do finally called out to her. I'll work with you. Yamaguchi Aiko turned around with a smile. Have you thought it through? Once you work with us, you can only succeed, not fail. That's what I want. Prime Minister Do made up his mind. With his intelligence, he would naturally be able to grasp their weaknesses after familiarizing himself with them. When the time came, he would be able to use them to achieve his goal of re-election without being threatened by them. Yamaguchi Aiko seemed to read his mind. She smiled. By the way, isn't your daughter, Do Qingyan, locked up in prison? This is my second show of sincerity to you. A few days ago, your eldest daughter was switched from prison and secretly sent to Japan. Yamaguchi Aiko took out another photo. It was of Do Qingyan in an expensive kimono. She was sitting under a cherry blossom tree with a group of girls in kimonos, enjoying the flowers and eating snacks. She held a tambourine in her hand and danced. Prime Minister Do hadn't seen his eldest daughter smile so happily in a long time, but he wasn't completely muddle-headed. He only sighed. Send my daughter to my people in the United States, and I'll believe you. Otherwise, you're using my daughter as a hostage to threaten me. Prime Minister Do, you're really measuring the heart of a gentleman with your own yardstick. Yamaguchi Aiko smiled and shook her head. Fine, I can promise you. In 3 days, your daughter will go to the United States and be in your people's hands. Prime Minister Do breathed a sigh of relief as he watched Yamaguchi Aiko push the household cleaning cart away. It was a risky move, but given his current situation, there was no chance of turning the tables if he didn't take the risk. Gu Nianji sat in Hua Xiaoheng's Mercedes SUV and drove to her apartment on the San Juan Road. As usual, Hua Xiaoheng drove calmly, his eyes focused on the road ahead. He didn't seem any different than usual. However, Gu Nianji keenly sensed that Hua Xiaoheng was a little unhappy. Hua Xiao, what's wrong? Just tell me what's bothering you. Gu Nianji tilted her head to look at Hua Xiaoheng with a smile. Unfortunately, she was wearing a seatbelt. Otherwise, she would have leaned over and kissed him hard. She wanted to see if he could still remain calm. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her and said calmly, I'm not unhappy. In fact, he was a little surprised. With his self-control and ability, he had long practiced the ability to hide his emotions. Not to mention normal people, even people like General Ji and Speaker Long couldn't see through his true thoughts and emotional changes. He hadn't expected Gu Nianji to always be able to detect the changes in his emotions. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her again but still didn't say anything. Hua Xiaoheng calmly drove all the way to the underground parking lot of the apartment building before turning off the engine and pulling out the car key. He turned around to look at Gu Nianji. Tell me, what happened? Did you really get 3 recommendation letters from your undergraduate roommate? Yeah. I'm also very surprised. Gu Nianji quickly took out her phone and opened her email. Look, this is the application and recommendation letter I sent. Look at the attachment. It's from Little Temptress, Green Tea Fong, and Lady Chow. Hua Xiaoheng took it and glanced at it, then looked at the preliminary list He Jichu had issued. He had an idea. Looking up to see Gu Nianji's elated expression, his expression darkened as he pulled her into his arms. He pressed her against the seat and kissed her passionately. This is the first watch. At the beginning of the month, I'm looking for guaranteed monthly votes and recommendation votes. He was looking forward to seeing more monthly votes from his relatives today. Thank you, Xiao Yi, for the heshibi that you gave me yesterday. Mwah. At 7:00 in the evening the next day. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 410. Gu Nianji's entire body was pressed against the back of the seat. Hua Xiaoheng was tall and had a background in the special forces, so his physique was far stronger than the average person's. He held both of Gu Nianji's hands firmly behind her back with one hand, while his other hand held her neck in place. His entire body weight seemed to be pressed against Gu Nianji's lips. JavaScript, the deep penetration and pressure, and the friction of their lips almost ignited a raging fire in their bodies. The temperature in the car rose rapidly, and both of them felt hot at the same time, but refused to let go of each other. Gu Nianji moaned and instinctively licked her lips. The tip of her delicate tongue happened to touch Hu Xiaoheng's lips. Hu Xiaoheng parted his lips without hesitation and sucked the tip of Gu Nianji's tongue in like eating delicious candy. He bit down on her tongue and refused to let go. Gu Nianji was intoxicated by his kiss, and slowly, her body became softer and softer. Her body temperature increased, and her senses became more and more acute. She could feel that every movement Hu Xiaoheng kissed her was harder and wilder than ever before. His hands were shockingly strong, and he held her tightly in his arms. He wanted nothing more than to rub her into his flesh and blood. Gu Nianji's heart beat extremely violently, and the entanglement of their lips almost suffocated her. However, she refused to push Hu Xiaoheng away and let him do whatever he wanted. Hu Xiaoheng didn't know what he was feeling, or perhaps it was because his years of professional training had made him suppress his feelings to the deepest part of his heart, and he had never completely released them. He didn't want to think about the reason for this uncontrollable emotion. He only wanted to follow his body's instincts and hold Gu Nianji tightly. He didn't want her to leave his side, and he didn't want her to leave his arms. The two of them hugged tightly, their arms wrapped around each other's backs, and their bodies pressed against each other. Gu Nianji's soft body hung on Hu Xiaoheng like a vine. His strength made her breathless, and her entanglement made it almost impossible for him to control himself. He held her head and kissed her again and again in the car, moving from her lips to her cheeks. Wherever his fiery lips went, it was as if he had left a mark, and on each mark was written 3 words, Hu Xiaoheng. Their movements became more and more intense, and the car began to shake. Gu Nianji was completely immersed in this long and passionate kiss. She had no idea where she was. After all, Hu Xiaoheng was well trained. After indulging for a while, he quickly came back to his senses. He slowly calmed himself down and relaxed his arms, no longer holding Gu Nianji tightly. One of his hands gently caressed her back, while the other held her cheek. The kiss also slowed down. There was no longer the impatience of the previous storm, only the wind passing by without a trace of the clouds and wind. The friction between their lips gradually became lighter and slower, like a receding tide. All the blood in his body seemed to return to its original place from the place where their lips touched. Gu Nianji panted lightly and bit Hu Xiaoheng unwillingly. She mumbled, "I still want to kiss you." Hu Xiaoheng chuckled and pulled her into his arms. He lowered his head and kissed her forehead. "Be good. I'll kiss you when we get back. I want to kiss you now." Gu Nianji closed her eyes and leaned into Hu Xiaoheng's broad embrace. His strong arm was the safest place for her. The world was so big, but the place she wanted to go the most was his heart and his side. "We've been kissing for a long time." Hu Xiaoheng slowly sat up and looked out the dark brown car window at the parking lot outside. The huge incandescent lights in the underground parking lot lit up the entire parking lot as if it was daytime. There were also cameras everywhere. Hu Xiaoheng was used to parking in a spot away from the cameras. The corner he found happened to be a blind spot for the cameras. The slight noise just now wasn't captured by any of the cameras. Gu Nianji also sat up and lazily opened her eyes. She leaned against the car seat and couldn't move. Hu Xiaoheng pulled out the car keys and turned to look at Gu Nianji. His normally calm heart actually skipped a few beats. The way Gu Nianji leaned against the car seat was too seductive. Her clothes had become a mess at some point and she couldn't be bothered to tidy them up. She just leaned against the car seat with no expression on her face. Only her bright red lips were the only proof of the passion just now. Hu Xiaoheng looked away and took a deep breath. He stared out the window for a few minutes and waited for his body to calm down before leaning over to help Gu Nianji adjust her clothes. He buttoned up the buttons one by one and the bra strap slipped to the crook of his arm. He hooked it with his finger and moved it back to its original position. He then pulled down the cashmere sweater that had been pushed up to her neck and adjusted the corners to cover her slender waist. Hua Xiaoheng measured her waist with his hand. It really was only the size of his palm. Such a slender body was actually able to withstand his massaging. Hua Xiaoheng looked up at Gu Nianji and met her gaze with his deep, dark eyes. After a while, he leaned over and pecked her lightly on the lips again. "Let's go home." Gu Nianji finally smiled and took his hand to get out of the car. The two of them went directly from the elevator in the parking lot and got out at the entrance of Gu Nianji's apartment. One of the biggest selling points of this community was that the residents' privacy was well protected. Every apartment had a direct elevator entrance. Without a key card, people couldn't stay on the floor they were on even if they'd entered the elevator. Hua Xiaoheng opened the door and looked around. He asked Gu Nianji, "Do you want to hire a part-time worker to clean your apartment every month?" Gu Nianji also looked around and shrugged. "I don't think that's necessary. Although the apartment is big, it's not very occupied. It's not dirty. You've been looking at it for more than a week, right? There's not even dust here." She touched the coffee table and opened her hands for Hua Xiaoheng to see. "Look, it's very clean." Hua Xiaoheng crossed his arms and smiled. "I asked Big Xiong to find someone to clean it." Gu Nianji could only shut up and said guiltily, "I'm going to shower." Hua Xiaoheng raised a brow but didn't say anything. Gu Nianji said again, "You don't have to conserve water this time. I want to shower alone." She wanted to run. Hua Xiaoheng grabbed her. "Sit down. We haven't finished talking today." Gu Nianji squirmed on the sofa and refused to sit properly. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her with a headache. "You don't want to talk to me about He Zhichu's teaching assistant recruitment?" "Of course not." Gu Nianji pouted. "I'm just in a bad mood because of second Miss Doe, so I don't want to talk about it for now." Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. Fine, this reason was barely acceptable. Although Hua Xiaoheng had his doubts, he didn't force Gu Nianji to tell him everything right away. He planned to have a good talk with Gu Nianji later. How could they have a good talk? The Special Operations Forces all knew that it was only when the other party's willpower was at its weakest that they could have a good talk and tell him everything they knew. Hua Xiaoheng knew very well when Gu Nianji's willpower was at its weakest. They could only have a good talk in bed when she was in a state of delirium. But Hua Xiaoheng wisely didn't think about it. When Gu Nianji was intoxicated, he would also be intoxicated. He didn't even know if he would have time to talk then I'm going to shower. I'll shower alone. Gu Nianji said as she slipped into the bathroom like she was escaping. Hua Xiaoheng smiled and went to the wine cabinet in the storage room to take out a bottle of red wine. He opened the cork and filled half a glass for himself. He sat on the sofa and slowly finished it alone. He poured another glass and took it to the bathroom. Gu Nianji had already finished showering and was soaking in the bathtub. The water in the bathtub was infused with rose essential oil. Hua Xiaoheng pushed the door open and smelled a faint fragrance. The fire that had been extinguished in the parking lot was suddenly reignited. Gu Nianji looked up to see Hua Xiaoheng enter and said sheepishly, "I clearly locked the door." "How did you come in, Hua Xiao? Is the lock broken?" Hua Xiaoheng walked to the bathtub and sat on the rattan stool. He brought the red wine to Gu Nianji's mouth and said in a low voice, "If I want to come in, no door can stop me." Gu Nianji obediently opened her mouth and took a sip of the red wine. The wine was mellow and filled her mouth with its fragrance. Gu Nianji was already slightly tipsy after one sip. In the steam rising from the bathroom, Gu Nianji's large eyes were wet and rippling like two deep pools that could drown a person in them. Hua Xiaoheng fed Gu Nianji half a glass of red wine in one sip at a time. He casually put the glass on the marble sink in the bathroom and began to take off his clothes. Although Gu Nianji was drunk, she still remembered to shower alone. She opened her eyes wide and grabbed the edge of the bathtub with both hands. She strained her neck to look at Hu Xiaoheng and said with dissatisfaction, "I said I wanted to shower alone. You promised, how can you go back on your word?" "I didn't go back on my word. I'll carry you out when you're done." Hu Xiaoheng stripped down to his boxers and bent down to carry Gu Nianji out of the bathtub. He wrapped a towel around her and carried her to the bedroom. Meh. Gu Nianji looked at the bathroom with her drunken eyes and then turned to look in the direction of the bedroom. She asked blankly, "Where are you carrying me? Are you stupid? Of course it's on the bed." Hu Xiaoheng kicked open the bedroom door and carried Gu Nianji, who was wrapped in a towel, inside. It was the second watch. They were looking for guaranteed monthly votes at the beginning of the month and recommendation votes. Mwah. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 411. Oh. Gu Nianji obediently nestled in Hu Xiaoheng's arms as he carried her step by step to the large bed in the bedroom. It was the same brand she was used to sleeping in. It was just the right combination of softness and hardness. The mahogany bed frame was simple and very sturdy. Hu Xiaoheng placed Gu Nianji on the bed and reached out to pull off the towel wrapped around her. Gu Nianji quickly rolled into the bed and curled up in the corner with a frown. "Aren't you going to shower?" Hu Xiaoheng had already taken off his clothes. He was probably going to shower in the bathroom, right? She didn't expect Hu Xiaoheng to also get on the bed and calmly pull the blankets over himself. He closed his eyes and said calmly, "I showered when I came to pick you up." Gu Nianji was speechless. She blinked her large, still wet eyes and looked a little lost. However, she wasn't drunk to the point of losing consciousness. Her mind should be clear, but her usual rationality was nowhere to be found. Things she didn't dare do or say when she was sober now occupied her mind. She became bolder again. Gu Nianji looked at Hu Xiaoheng for a while wrapped in the towel and slowly moved over to lie on the pillow next to him. She propped her head up and stared at him. Perhaps it was because her gaze was too focused, but Hu Xiaoheng could feel it even with his eyes closed. He didn't open his eyes and reached out to pull Gu Nianji, who was lying on the pillow next to his fat side, over. "Why aren't you sleeping yet?" Hu Xiaoheng lifted the blankets, and Gu Nianji's body was involuntarily pulled under. The towel wrapped around her was magically left outside the blankets when she entered. Gu Nianji only felt a chill and instinctively wanted to hide outside, but the blankets were so warm. She was still struggling, but her body had already obediently snuggled into the warm place. Hu Xiaoheng's large hand patted her back, but he still didn't open his eyes. Gu Nianji groggily crawled into bed and struggled internally for a while. In the end, she couldn't stand the cold air of the early spring night. She cowardly curled up in the warm blanket and leaned against Hu Xiaoheng's side for a while. Seeing that he didn't move, she quietly turned around and laid on the bed to reach under the pillow for something. After struggling for a long time, Hu Xiaoheng had no idea what she was looking for. He only felt that she was digging the blankets into all sorts of shapes. Like a little groundhog, she was focused and meticulously digging holes in the bed. The corners of Hu Xiaoheng's lips curled. He reached out and scooped up Gu Nianji, who was lying on the pillow next to him, and secured her in his arms. "Sleep. Why are you moving around?" "I'm looking for my pajamas." My pajamas were clearly under the pillow. Gu Nianji felt wronged as she dug at the bed sheets. He had forgotten to put Gu Nianji's pajamas under the pillow. Gu Nianji's favorite pajamas were Hu Xiaoheng's black short-sleeved t-shirt. It felt empty on her like a sack, but it was very comfortable. It was the most comfortable pajamas. "Stop looking. It's not under the pillow." Hu Xiaoheng used only one arm to immobilize Gu Nianji. "Sleep." Gu Nianji pouted and said drunkenly, "But I clearly put it under the pillow when I woke up this morning." Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. He finally opened his eyes and looked down at the confused Gu Nianji in his arms. He asked her, "Where did you sleep this morning? Did he get the place wrong?" Gu Nianji's brows furrowed. "It's here. I clearly remember. Look at the pillow, the bed sheets, and the blanket." Hu Xiaoheng was speechless again. She was really drunk. In order to let Gu Nianji sleep comfortably, Hu Xiaoheng had specially arranged the bedding in the bedroom in the style that Gu Nianji was used to. It was exactly the same as the bed and bedding in her dormitory. They were all from the same brand. He didn't expect her to have cognitive impairment. If she had been sober, she probably wouldn't have mistaken it. Hu Xiaoheng didn't explain. He patted her smooth shoulder. "No need. You don't have to wear pajamas when you sleep with me." Gu Nianji obediently replied, "Oh," and really lay flat next to him. Hu Xiaoheng was a man of few words. He was busy with work and had many things to do. He usually didn't speak if he could to save energy and avoid the trouble of making mistakes if he spoke too much. Gu Nianji was a chatterbox. When she lived with Hu Xiaoheng in the past, she was the only one chattering most of the time. Sometimes, Yin Shixiang would sing along with her. Therefore, the quiet atmosphere between them didn't last long. Gu Nianji started tossing and turning on the bed again. She turned her back to him and slept for a while. She kept feeling that something was wrong with her body, so she turned around again to face Hu Xiaoheng. She raised her large, hazy eyes to look at his straight and exquisite profile in the dim light of the night. A wave of heat rose in her heart. Gu Nianji stared at him for a while before moving closer to him. She blew into his ear and asked, "Are you really asleep?" Hu Xiaoheng didn't make a sound. He continued to rest with his eyes closed. It seemed like he was really asleep. "You're really asleep? Then I'm going to sleep too." Gu Nianji's tone was threatening. She reached out to pinch Hu Xiaoheng's arm. "Don't regret this." The corners of Hu Xiaoheng's mouth twitched. He reached out to stop Gu Nianji. "Stop it. You're really here to pick me up to sleep." Gu Nianji emphasized the word sleep. "What else did you think?" Hu Xiaoheng finally opened his eyes and looked at her meaningfully. His gaze was focused and deep. There was also a hint of heat in it. His warm gaze landed on her face, and Gu Nianji's face heated up as well. Okay then." Gu Nianji lay flat again. Just as she was about to close her eyes, a hot man scent enveloped her. Gu Nianji pushed his shoulder. "What are you doing? Don't you want to sleep?" "I'm not sleeping. I want to sleep with you," Hu Xiaoheng said in her ear. "You're not really going to sleep. You liar." Gu Nianji trembled as she accused Hu Xiaoheng of breaking his promise. "This is real sleep. What misunderstanding do you have about men's real sleep?" Hu Xiaoheng saw that she was still chewing on her finger. It was an eyesore. He reached over and pulled her finger out. "Focus. You still have the energy to mess with me. Looks like I'm not working hard enough." Hu Xiaoheng originally wanted to make Gu Nianji unable to stop so that he could control the rhythm of the conversation. In the end, he found that he was even crazier than she was. After the passion, her mind was blank. Even her reactions were slower than usual. Gu Nianji snapped back to reality. She was exhausted and covered in sweat. She felt terrible, but she didn't have the energy to get up immediately. Hu Xiaoheng pulled out the wet towel and threw it on the single sofa beside the bed. He sat up and put on the sleeping robe. Gu Nianji finally felt better, but she didn't have the energy to get up. She could only lie on her side next to Hu Xiaoheng to rest. Hu Xiaoheng really wanted to smoke, but it was unwise to smoke in the bedroom. He could only resist and reach out to touch Gu Nianji's head. Her long hair was still half dry. He lifted the blankets and wanted to get out of bed to get the hair dryer for Gu Nianji, but found that Gu Nianji's hand had just touched it. "Don't hold it," Hu Xiaoheng said to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji looked up at him and released her hand. She shrank back under the blankets and muttered, "So annoying. I still have to shower later, that's why you shouldn't shower alone. It's such a waste. If you had said you'd shower with me earlier, you wouldn't have had to wash twice." Hu Xiaoheng said calmly. He got out of bed to get the hairdryer and Gu Nianji's black t-shirt pajamas. He handed them to her. Gu Nianji wanted to cry. She rested for a while and was finally able to get up. She put on the long black t-shirt pajamas and sat in front of the vanity to dry her hair. Hu Xiaoheng stretched his long legs and sat lazily on the bed. His hands were behind his head as he stared at Gu Nianji. After she finished drying her hair, Hu Xiaoheng asked, "Where did He Zhichu's former teaching assistant go?" "You mean Wen Shui?" Gu Nianji's hand paused as she placed the hairdryer on the dresser. "I heard from Professor He that she went home and won't be coming back." "Go back? Where did he go?" Hu Xiaoheng sat up straight, his expression slightly alert. "Did He Zhichu tell you?" Gu Nianji frowned and thought about it. "I think he went back to his hometown. I'm not sure. How could I ask Professor He about something like that? It has nothing to do with me." Hu Xiaoheng thought this made sense, so he didn't press Gu Nianji further. Instead, he sent a message to Zhao Liangze and asked him to check Wen Shui's exit records. He Zhichu and Wen Shui had both come to the Hua Xia Empire from the United States. If Wen Shui wanted to go back, she would probably go back to the United States. This was the first update, and it had already been edited. He was still asking for guaranteed monthly votes and recommendation votes. P.S. Thanks to Yunhan Yuqin for tipping Heshabi yesterday. Mwah. At 7:00 in the evening the next day. Oh, ___. Oh. Chapter 412. After finishing her hair, Gu Nianji still felt sticky, so she went to the bathroom to wash up again. Hu Xiaoheng followed her and walked into the shower as if there was no one else around. He turned on the water and began to take a shower. When Gu Nianji finished showering and turned around, she suddenly saw Hu Xiaoheng's tall figure in the shower. He looked like a god from a Greek statue. She blushed and looked away. Opening the bathroom door, she hurried back to the bedroom. Pulling back the blankets and lying on the bed again, Gu Nianji sighed deeply. She didn't expect things to progress so quickly with Hu Xiaoheng. Were they living together now? Gu Nianji smiled and rubbed her head on Hu Xiaoheng's pillow. She got into a comfortable position and wanted to close her eyes and lie down for a while to wait for Hu Xiaoheng to come back from the shower. However, when Hu Xiaoheng came back from the shower, he found Gu Nianji already asleep. She was lying between two pillows and sleeping very sweetly. Her lips were slightly curled up as if she was having a good dream. Hu Xiaoheng stood by the bed and looked at her quietly for a while before lifting the blankets and lying down. Although Gu Nianji was asleep, Hu Xiaoheng didn't feel sleepy at all. His body was still clamoring for more, but the person beside him had already fallen asleep. He reached out to touch Gu Nianji's sleeping face. He wanted to give her a goodnight kiss, but as soon as his lips touched her cheek, he couldn't stop himself. Gu Nianji felt a familiar heat and soreness in her sleep. She thought she was having that kind of dream again. Because she knew it was a dream, she was especially open. In the dream, she constantly catered to him and twisted her waist. She didn't suppress her panting and moaning. Every time Hu Xiaoheng wanted to retreat in the dream, she wouldn't hesitate to chase after him and enter heaven with him again and again. Hu Xiaoheng didn't expect Gu Nianji to be even more daring in her sleep than when she was awake. She swayed under him like a rose in the night, blooming with the most charming and seductive grace. Hu Xiaoheng's mood had never been so good before. He also never thought that a night with two people was 1,000 times better than a night with just one person, when Gu Nianji woke up the next morning, she felt a bit strange. She closed her eyes and thought that the dream last night was too ridiculous. How could she have had it so many times? For so long. Also, those embarrassing poses, how did she manage to do it? Luckily, it was just a dream. Otherwise, she didn't know what Hu Xiaoheng would think of her. She moved her body, trying to sit up, but why did her body feel so heavy? Why did it feel the same as yesterday's dream? That feeling of fullness. But it's still early in the morning, right? Could it be that she was still dreaming? Gu Nianji's eyes flew open, and the first thing she saw was Hu Xiaoheng's devastatingly handsome face right in front of her. There were fine beads of sweat on his forehead. He furrowed his brows slightly, as if he was exerting force. Gu Nianji's gaze slowly moved downwards, then she abruptly closed her eyes and muttered. I'm not still dreaming, am I? Dreaming? Hu Xiaoheng's deep voice came from above her. Is it really that good? Gu Nianji gradually woke up. Not only did she realize that what happened in the morning wasn't a dream, but what happened last night wasn't a dream either. Heavens, how could she still have the face to see anyone? Seeing Hu Xiaoheng, Gu Nianji only wanted to cover her face with the blanket, but Hu Xiaoheng held her hand and didn't allow her to retreat. Look at me. He practically forced her to open her eyes, lowered his head, and kissed her repeatedly in the center of her eyes. His hot breath blew against her face, and Gu Nianji struggled for a while before giving up. Instead, she stretched out her arms and hugged Hu Xiaoheng's neck. However, she gritted her teeth and refused to make another sound. Hu Xiaoheng actually still wanted to see the passionate Gu Nianji from last night. He wanted to hear her sobbing voice of ecstasy, but no matter what he did in the morning, Gu Nianji would rather bite his shoulder than make a sound. Later, he saw that her little face was red, but she still had a stubborn expression. Her whole body trembled, but she still couldn't say a word. Hu Xiaoheng's heart softened, and he didn't use any more force. He hugged her and kissed her for a long time. Gu Nianji was truly exhausted from the morning session. She collapsed on the bed and didn't even have the strength to lift a finger. Hu Xiaoheng, on the other hand, felt refreshed and went to the bathroom to take a shower. When he came out, he asked Gu Nianji, "What do you want for breakfast?" Gu Nianji said weakly, "I don't want to eat anything. I want to sleep." She glanced at Hu Xiaoheng from the corner of her eyes. This person was inhuman. What would she do in the future? She couldn't handle having sex every night. Gu Nianji gritted her teeth and looked at Hu Xiaoheng rather resentfully. "Hu Xiao, aren't you tired?" "This is nothing." Hu Xiaoheng walked to the bed and sat down. "Are you tired? Your body is too weak. You need to train properly." Gu Nianji shrank her neck and immediately waved her hand. No, I'm not tired. I'm not tired at all. Not tired at all." Hu Xiaoheng pretended to unbuckle his belt. "Then let's do it again." "No." Gu Nianji screamed instinctively. She wrapped herself in the blanket and rolled into the bed. Her voice was almost sobbing. "Hu Xiao, how many times did you do it last night?" Hu Xiaoheng smiled and said slowly, "How many times? Weren't you asleep?" "What should I do if you're asleep?" Gu Nianji glared at him. "You won't do it if I'm asleep." Then last night. What happened last night? Were you dreaming last night? Hu Xiaoheng deliberately teased her and said thoughtfully, "It's better if you do it when you're asleep next time." My watch said it. Gu Nianji completely covered her head with the blanket. She refused to think about those embarrassing images again. She would just treat it as a dream. What else could she do? Hu Xiaoheng saw that Gu Nianji was embarrassed and stopped teasing her. He patted the blanket. "Hurry up and get up. I'm going back to the base after breakfast." Gu Nianji finally lifted the blanket. Her face was full of reluctance. You're leaving now. It's only Sunday. Hu Xiaoheng didn't say anything and looked at her quietly. They stared at each other for a while. Gu Nianji was the first to admit defeat. She turned her head and said sullenly, "Fine, then I'm going back to school too." She was already a little unused to Hu Xiaoheng's absence. Hu Xiaoheng stood up. "Up to you." He walked out with long legs and went to the outer kitchen to take a look. Because this wasn't his usual place, there was no food prepared in the fridge. There was only a box of mineral water in it. There wasn't even juice or milk. Hu Xiaoheng crossed his arms and thought about it. He returned to the bedroom and asked Gu Nianji, "Do you want to go out for breakfast?" He then added, "Didn't you want to drive the Ferrari? You can take me today." Gu Nianji was instantly happy. She quickly climbed out of bed. "Okay. No problem. I'll take Hu Xiao out for breakfast." She washed up as fast as she could and casually changed her clothes. She put on a down jacket, carried her backpack, and walked into the elevator with Hu Xiaoheng. The elevator went straight to the underground parking lot. Her big red Ferrari was parked in a special parking space that could be locked like a small house. It was actually like a private garage. Gu Nianji sat in and familiarized herself with the Ferrari's performance. She turned to Hu Xiaoheng with a smile. "Hu Xiao, did you fasten your seatbelt? Let's go." Hu Xiaoheng nodded. "You drive." Gu Nianji happily drove her precious Ferrari onto the streets of the imperial capital. Fortunately, it was a Sunday morning, so the streets weren't particularly crowded. They quickly arrived at a nearby Western restaurant for breakfast. They sat down in a couple's seat by the window. The waitress quickly brought them the menu for them to order. Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng both ordered breakfast sets. Gu Nianji added an extra carton of milk, while Hu Xiaoheng ordered a cup of coffee. They ate in silence. Only the sound of knives and forks cutting into the bacon could be heard. No one spoke. After eating for a while, they saw people coming to the Western restaurant one after another. It turned out they were still early. They finished their breakfast in an orderly manner. Gu Nianji began to drink the milk, while Hu Xiaoheng drank his coffee. At that moment, a tall woman walked over and stood next to Hu Xiaoheng. She smiled at him. "Hu Xiao, are you here for breakfast?" Hu Xiaoheng looked up to see Bai Yueran. He nodded slightly. "Yes, of course it's breakfast at this time. Director Bai went overseas a few days ago. Did you finish your work?" "It's all done." Bai Yueran nodded and said to Gu Nianji, "Miss Gu, you're here for breakfast too?" "Yes." Gu Nianji didn't say anything. She just hummed and played dumb. Bai Yueran didn't mind. She joked with Hu Xiaoheng a bit more before saying, "I just returned to the country. The legal department received an application for a policewoman named Su Piaohong. She wants to be transferred to our Special Operations Forces. It was the second watch. She was asking for a guaranteed monthly vote at the beginning of the month." Mwah. Chapter 413. Gu Nianji drank her milk with her head down and didn't seem to hear what Bai Yueran said. Even if she did, she could only pretend not to hear. This was Hu Xiaoheng's business and Gu Nianji shouldn't be listening. She looked down at the unfinished egg tarts on the bluegrass plate in front of her and picked one up with her fork to eat carefully. Hu Xiaoheng put down the coffee cup in his hand and said calmly, "There are special procedures for the special ops to recruit people. Although Director Bai was just transferred here, you should know about it." Bai Yueran smiled, "Of course I know, but I still have to let you know because General Ji is taking special care of me." She paused, and her face turned serious. "Su Piaohong is different from the others. General Ji wants you to think about it. It would be better if you could get along with her." The Special Ops has always encouraged internal marriages, the same as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Secret Service. Hu Xiaoheng didn't expect General Ji to still not give up on the idea, but he wouldn't say anything about General Ji in front of Bai Yueran. Gu Nianji didn't expect to hear about this with her head down, and her heart was suddenly in turmoil. Her palms were sweaty, and her heart was pounding so hard that her chest was vibrating. How could this be? She suddenly remembered Miao Yunxiao talking about matchmaking and a future cousin-in-law at school. Could Miao Yunxiao's cousin be Su Piaohong? When she returned to school, she had to find a chance to find out who Miao Yunxiao's cousin was. Who was so powerful that they were favored by the Special Ops and insisted on matchmaking. Hu Xiao, director by, it's the weekend and we can't talk about business. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at Gu Nianji and saw that she had her head down, so he couldn't see her expression. He could only see the top of her dark head and the clear hairpin. He raised the coffee cup beside him and said to Bai Yueran, "The coffee here is good. It's not instant made and is hand ground. Would you like to try it, Director Bai?" "I don't drink coffee, only tea." Bai Yueran saw that Hu Xiaoheng didn't want to talk about it, so she didn't pursue the topic. However, she still smiled and said, "Hu Xiao, I know it's the weekend, and we're talking about your marriage. It's not official business, so it's not against the rules, right?" Hu Xiaoheng smiled. "Thank you for your concern, Director Bai. I appreciate your kindness." Bai Yueran nodded. "I just wanted to remind you that Su Piaohong's family background has been investigated by the legal department. If she really wants to join us, she will have to go through the proper procedures. Furthermore, you are the head of the special forces. You can decide whether she can join us or not, but you have to consider the people behind her. Hu Xiao, you're a smart person, so you don't need me to come up with ideas. I'm just informing you." Bai Yueran finished speaking and left, leaving behind a confident and resolute silhouette. Her gaze followed Bai Yueran's back for a while before shifting to Hu Xiaoheng's face. Hu Xiaoheng sipped his coffee calmly and took out his phone to check his email to see if there was anything new. Gu Nianji looked at him for a while without saying anything. Hu Xiaoheng didn't explain either. He waved for the waiter to come over and handed her a card. "Check." The waiter hurried back to the checkout counter with his card on the tray. Seeing that Hu Xiaoheng had no intention of explaining himself, Gu Nianji had no choice but to speak up. She crossed her arms and leaned back in her seat. She stared at Hu Xiaoheng and tried to speak in a calm voice. "Hu Xiao, what did Bai Yueran mean just now? Aren't you going to explain?" Although she wanted to act like she didn't care, her little face was tense and her voice was shakier than usual. It was obvious that she was unhappy. Hu Xiaoheng looked up at her and put his palms together on the dining table. He said calmly, "This is related to my work." He didn't need to explain. Gu Nianji's raised heart felt like it was being squeezed by someone's hand. Blood gushed out of her heart, and even her throat tasted sweet and fishy. She was disappointed in his answer as much as she cared about him. Gu Nianji pursed her lips, clenched her fists, and continued to maintain her stiff posture. She refused to give up and asked, "But Bai Yueran said it wasn't about work, but about your marriage. Don't you think you owe me an explanation?" She paused, then emphasized, "Am I not your girlfriend? Shouldn't I care about this?" Hu Xiaoheng frowned. "Why do you care so much about what other people say? You don't believe what I said. Say it. I'll listen as long as you say it." Gu Nianji almost cried. Her delicate nose was slightly red. "But you didn't have any intention of saying anything. I told you before that when you're with me, there are many things you can't know. There's also no need to know." Hu Xiaoheng said patiently. "Okay, stop fooling around. I'll take you back to school." He stood up as he spoke and waited for Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji looked up at him for a while. She bit her lower lip and slowly stood up. Let's go. Hu Xiaoheng turned and walked leisurely to the entrance of the restaurant. Gu Nianji didn't know how she left the restaurant or how she got into the car. When the car stopped, she found that she was already in the underground parking lot of her apartment. Hu Xiaoheng turned off the engine and took out the car keys. He turned to look at Gu Nianji. Still angry. Gu Nianji bit her lip and turned her head to look out the window. Her heart was like a tangled mess of seaweed. It was only when it came to matters related to Hu Xiaoheng that her rationality and logic were thrown out the window. She spoke and acted like the brainless people she hated the most. She despised herself for being like this, but she couldn't control herself. Hu Xiaoheng sighed and reached out to touch her head. Didn't you already know who Su Piaohong was? Didn't you know how I felt about her? Why did you have to throw such a big tantrum? Gu Nianji finally waited for Hu Xiaoheng's gentle words of comfort. The tears she had been holding back for a long time fell instantly. She wiped her face with the back of her hand and pushed Hu Xiaoheng's hand away. She continued to look out the window and said sullenly, "But she's going to be transferred to your side now. The pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. Who knows if you guys will develop feelings over time." Hu Xiaoheng shook his head speechlessly. He turned her around by the shoulder and looked at her tear-stained face. He was stunned. He leaned over and hugged her. "You're thinking too much. Our special forces isn't a place where just anyone can get in. You're saying that she definitely won't get in." Gu Nianji looked up and stared into Hu Xiaoheng's deep eyes. "You promise? Whether she gets in or not is a matter of work." Hu Xiaoheng lifted Gu Nianji's chin with one hand and took a tissue from the box in the car to wipe the tears off her face. "Stop it." Gu Nianji held his hand and said pitifully, "I didn't want to argue with you, but you can't just not say anything. Is it that important?" Hu Xiaoheng was puzzled. "I didn't tell you about the past, and you didn't argue with me." Gu Nianji was speechless. After a while, she said sullenly, "The past is the past. We weren't like this before. What right do I have to argue?" The most she could do was hide her unhappiness in her heart and not let Hu Xiaoheng know. Hu Xiaoheng understood and smiled. "You have the right to argue now. What should I do? There will be a lot of things I won't tell you in the future." Gu Nianji silently looked down and thought about it with her fingers for a while. Her emotions calmed down and her rationality gradually returned. She said, "I definitely won't ask about your work, but I have the right to know about things related to our relationship." Hu Xiaoheng thought about it for a while and nodded. "Okay. As long as it doesn't conflict with my work, I'll tell you. But..." He looked down at Gu Nianji. "No matter what it is, you can only believe it if it's from my own mouth. You can't take other people's words to heart." "Really?" Gu Nianji was happy. "You'll really tell me?" "Of course I won't ask about your work. I only want to know about things related to our relationship." She looked at Hu Xiaoheng's chest and placed her hand over his heart. She could feel his vigorous heartbeat and his warm embrace. She suddenly wanted to snuggle up to him. But she had pushed Hu Xiaoheng away in a fit of pique. If she leaned in now, wouldn't it be embarrassing? Gu Nianji's hesitant expression was like an open painting in Hu Xiaoheng's eyes. All her thoughts were written on her face. Hu Xiaoheng slowly raised his hand and touched the side of her face. He took the initiative to pull her into his arms. Gu Nianji took the opportunity to snuggle up to him. She clutched his shirt tightly and sighed contentedly. "I don't like that Su Piaohong. Hu Xiao, have you thought about how you're going to tell General Ji?" This was the first chapter. It was better to ask for guaranteed monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today was Monday. Especially recommendation votes. P.S. It's the end of the year and I'm very busy. I really don't have time. I uploaded the second chapter yesterday so that it could be updated in time. I also corrected the typos and missing words. If you download it again, you'll see that it's already been corrected. There are also other chapters that have been edited. 7 p.m. the second chapter. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 4:14. Hu Xiaoheng was silent for a long time before replying to Gu Nianji. Don't worry, I'm already making preparations. As soon as Gu Nianji's background was investigated, he would have a showdown with General Ji. Both parties were probably well aware of each other's intentions, but no one said anything. However, he didn't want Gu Nianji to know how far apart they used to be. Okay, I'll listen to you. Gu Nianji nodded and snuggled into Hu Xiaoheng's embrace, murmuring, I don't have anyone I can rely on. Hu Xiao, you. Before she could finish, Hu Xiaoheng felt a wave of sadness and lowered his head to kiss her. It was as if he wanted to seal all his unspoken feelings with a kiss. Gu Nianji felt the place where Hu Xiaoheng kissed her was so hot it was almost burning. Her heart beat violently again like she was on a roller coaster, wandering between high mountains and low valleys. She hugged Hu Xiaoheng's neck and kissed him back with the same passion, whispering against his lips. You understand me, don't you? I only have you, only you. Hu Xiaoheng patted her back gently and coaxed her, his voice low and deep, I know, I know. Gu Nianji trembled and burrowed into Hu Xiaoheng's embrace like a little animal looking for the most powerful support. Hu Xiaoheng hugged her for a while before pulling her out of the car and walking to the elevator in the underground parking lot. He picked up his phone to send In Shixiang a message saying he wouldn't be returning to the base today, and that he and Zhao Liangzi would be in charge of the defense this weekend. After they entered the elevator, Hu Xiaoheng asked, Where do you want to go today? I have the whole day to spend with you. Gu Nianji looked up in surprise. You're not going back to the base. No, I'll go back tomorrow. Hu Xiaoheng looked down at her little face that had just dried her tears. Are you unhappy? This was probably Hu Xiaoheng's unique way of apologizing. Happy, of course I'm happy. Gu Nianji didn't ask for much, as long as Hu Xiaoheng could spend time with her. The haze from earlier was swept away, and Gu Nianji became lively again. Hu Xiao, let's not go out today. How about eating hot pot at home? Is there anything in the fridge? No, I'll have to buy some. Hu Xiaoheng recalled the empty fridge. The house didn't look like a home at all, except for the bed. Then let's go now. I've changed my clothes. As Gu Nianji spoke, she pressed the elevator button again and took out her phone to check the location of the nearby supermarket. Since Hu Xiaoheng had agreed to spend the whole day with her, he would let her arrange it. He put his hands in his trouser pockets and stared straight ahead as he followed Gu Nianji out of the elevator and into the parking lot. The two of them quickly got into the car and drove to the nearest supermarket to buy meat and vegetables for hot pot, as well as various seasonings. This warehouse supermarket was a membership system and had chain stores all over the world. Hu Xiaoheng had applied for a membership card for Gu Nianji to make it easier for her to buy things when she was overseas. Now, it was convenient for him to come here to buy vegetables. Gu Nianji proudly pushed the shopping cart down the aisle of the warehouse supermarket. Her beautiful face and tall figure made her very eye-catching. However, she was accompanied by a calm and incomparably handsome man. The number of men who dared to hit on her suddenly decreased by more than half. Gu Nianji didn't care about that at all. She was more concerned about whether the food in the supermarket was fresh, whether the beef was tender enough, whether the lamb was thin enough, and there was also fish sauce, shrimp sauce, all kinds of fish balls, meatballs, beef tripe, and the essential beer for hot pot. Hu Xiaoheng watched her put things into the shopping cart one by one and smiled. You learned how to cook. Gu Nianji blushed and said sheepishly, Isn't that because you're here, Hu Xiao? I can be in charge of eating and washing the dishes. Okay, then I'll go pick a few things. Hua Xiaoheng said as he walked to the other side of the supermarket. Gu Nianji followed him curiously and saw Hua Xiaoheng go to the counter that sold live fish. He picked a few freshwater fish and bought some salmon, as well as coriander and celery, which had a stronger taste. Hua Xiao, do we need these things for hot pot? Gu Nianji asked in confusion. I've never heard of using salmon for hot pot. Hua Xiaoheng didn't look at her and took the things he had picked out to pay the bill before saying, we'll have hot pot tonight. Make something fresh for lunch. Don't you like fish? Hua Xiao, you're going to cook. Gu Nianji was even happier. If I had known, I wouldn't have eaten so much in the morning. I would have saved my stomach for lunch. Hua Xiaoheng smiled and took the shopping cart. He pushed it and looked around as he walked. There was nothing in the kitchen of that apartment. Pots, bowls, ladles, and all kinds of spices had to be bought on the spot. Fortunately, they had all the brands they were used to, so they bought everything. Gu Nianji never knew that there were so many types of things in the kitchen. She looked at the shopping cart full of things and said in surprise, you bought so many things for the kitchen. We can open a restaurant, right? Yes, open a restaurant. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her with a smile. But there will only be one customer. Gu Nianji's heart was filled with sweetness. She grabbed Hua Xiaoheng's arm. Hua Xiao, you're the best. I'm a loyal customer of your restaurant. Hua Xiaoheng pinched her little nose and put her hand in his pocket. Hold on to me. Don't get lost. Oh. Gu Nianji followed Hua Xiaoheng obediently. She looked at the line in front of them and found a relatively less crowded place to get in line. Both of them were very attractive. It was hard not to notice them when they stood in the middle of a group of middle-aged women and uncles. As expected, Su Piaohong and her mother, who had just come in to buy something, saw Hua Xiaoheng immediately. Oh. What a coincidence. Mrs. Su looked at her daughter meaningfully, then looked at Hua Xiaoheng. She said to Su Piaohong, this is the man you like. She knew that her daughter had always had high standards. In the past, she and her father had always tried to introduce her to men in their circle, but she had always rejected them. She had said that they were spoiled brats who only had a good family background and refused to get along with them. She had said that she wanted to find an ordinary man with a good character and ambition. She hadn't expected her daughter to end up with a man with an even better family background. So it wasn't that she didn't like those men in the past because their families were too good, but because their families weren't good enough. Mrs. Su smiled and shook her head. She was very happy. She didn't have to worry about a child like that. She was most afraid that Su Piaohong would like someone with a good character and ambition, but who had a poor family background. That would be a lifetime of pain. Hua Xiaoheng was a major general at a young age. His grandfather and father were both generals, and his grandmother was from the famous Xia family. His mother's family background was average, but his grandfather was the director of the Institute of High Energy Physics. They could barely be considered a scholarly family. Only a man like that was worthy of their clever daughter, who was different from the other children of government officials. Do you want to go over and say hello? Mrs. Su pouted at Hua Xiaoheng. It looks like he lives nearby. The people who came to the warehouse supermarket to buy groceries were basically residents of the neighborhood. The Su family had just bought a small apartment for Su Piaohong as a dowry. What they were interested in was that the location was good, it was especially safe, and privacy was well protected. Su Piaohong blushed even more. She thought that no matter where she went, she would always bump into Hua Xiaoheng. Now that they lived so close together, this must be the legendary fate. Okay, let's go over and say hello. Su Piaohong tried her best to be magnanimous as she pushed the shopping cart and walked towards Hua Xiaoheng with her mother. Major General Hua. Su Piaohong came up behind Hua Xiaoheng and called out boldly. Immediately, people looked over. A major general actually came out to buy groceries. Someone even secretly took out his phone to record a major general buying groceries documentary. Hu Xiaoheng heard Su Piaohong's voice and frowned unhappily. He didn't turn around and had an idea. He tilted his head and said to Gu Nianji, "I need to deal with her. Can you pay the bill yourself?" Gu Nianji also heard someone call Hu Xiaoheng from behind. Actually, it was fine to just call him Hu Xiaoheng. Calling him a major general in public was really stupid. Also, the voice was extremely familiar. She immediately thought of the policewoman intern Su Piaohong who had rashly forced them to stop. She was also the candidate for Hu Xiaoheng's wife. She lifted her eyes to look at Hu Xiaoheng. She couldn't tell from his face that he was treating Su Piaohong differently. Although Hu Xiaoheng looked at her calmly, there was a hint in his eyes that she was familiar with. She immediately understood that Hu Xiaoheng must have something planned. She immediately said, "Then I'll go and pay the bill first." She continued to push the shopping cart forward. Hu Xiaoheng stopped and put his hands in his pockets. He turned to look at Su Piaohong and her mother and nodded slightly. "Major General Hu, is that really you? I saw it from afar and thought I got the wrong person." Su Piaohong was getting more and more excited. "You're here to buy groceries? Where are your personal secretaries? Where are your orderlies?" The onlookers were getting more and more excited. Wow! They finally saw a real major general of the empire. And one with personal secretaries and orderlies at that. They had to take pictures. They had to take pictures. Then they could upload it to Weibo and it would definitely gain a lot of fans. The person happily took out his phone and began to secretly record. Out of the corner of his eye, Hu Xiaoheng saw the person secretly recording him with his phone. He didn't stop him, but held the phone in his trouser pocket with one hand and quickly pressed a few shortcut keys to connect to Zhao Liang's communication system. He typed a text message blindly, "Someone is secretly recording. Sanhuan Warehouse Supermarket. Pay attention to all major social networks." Zhao Liangzi received the message and immediately connected to the warehouse supermarket's cameras. He searched frame by frame and finally saw Hu Xiaoheng. He also saw the situation around him and locked on to the person behind Hu Xiaoheng who was holding a phone and focusing on him. What a weirdo to secretly record someone so brazenly. Zhao Liangzi waved his fist at the camera and recorded the person's face. Su Piaohong was still excitedly expressing her joy. "Major General Hua. I've already sent an application to the bureau. I'm going to be transferred to the special forces soon." Her voice was too loud and Hu Xiaoheng felt that he couldn't let her continue. He raised his eyebrows and said calmly, "You've got the wrong person." He then turned and walked away, leaving the shocked Su Piaohong and Mrs. Su on the ground. Got the wrong person? No way. Isn't he Major General Hua? Su Piaohong was confused. I'd recognize him even if he turned to ashes. Mrs. Su saw that the people around them were already pointing at them and was extremely embarrassed. She quickly grabbed Su Piaohong's hand. "Stop talking. Let's go back first." "No." Su Piaohong shook off Mrs. Su's hand stubbornly. "I didn't get the wrong person. I know it's him." Su Piaohong stood on her tiptoes to look at Hu Xiaoheng and saw him bowing slightly beside a tall, beautiful girl. He seemed to be listening to what she was saying. His expression was unbelievably gentle. It was a completely different person from the cold and indifferent Hu Xiaoheng who had just turned his back on her. Su Piaohong felt a lump in her throat. She clenched her fists and raised her head. "Isn't that Gu Nianji? He's with her. How dare he say he's not Hu Xiaoheng?" She then rushed over. At that moment, Hu Xiaoheng was instructing Gu Nianji. "When that lunatic comes over later, no matter what she does, don't say a word. You have to lower your head and don't let anyone take a picture of your face." Do you understand? Gu Nianji didn't understand, but when Su Piaohong ran over angrily, she understood everything and quickly hid behind Hu Xiaoheng. Su Piaohong had blown up this time and would definitely cut off her path to the special forces. This was the 3,500-word second update. She still asked for guaranteed monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today was Monday, so she needed recommendation votes. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 4:15. Hu Xiaoheng. I respected you as a major general, but you lied to my face. How dare you say you're not Hu Xiaoheng? Su Piaohong rushed in front of Hu Xiaoheng in the blink of an eye, her pretty face flushed with anger. She clenched her fists and roared at Hu Xiaoheng like a little leopard. Hu Xiaoheng's brows furrowed imperceptibly. He put his hands in his trouser pockets and said calmly, "If I say you've got the wrong person, then you've got the wrong person." As he spoke, he gave Su Piaohong's mother a warning look. Her daughter was young and immature, but her mother, who was almost 50 years old, couldn't be the same. Mrs. Su's heart skipped a beat when she saw Hu Xiaoheng's gaze. She felt very uncomfortable. What kind of gaze was that? It was a look of contempt, and warning. Mrs. Su had lived like a princess with her husband for so many years. It was always people who respected her, but she had never fawned over anyone. Even people with high positions like General Ji and Prime Minister Do had to be polite to them. Hu Xiaoheng's rank was higher than her husband's, and his position was also higher. She should have no choice but to bow her head, but she was going to marry her daughter off. If she softened now, how would her daughter survive in the Hu family? Wouldn't she be suppressed by Hu Xiaoheng for the rest of her life? She and her husband, Deputy Chief of Staff Su, were both from Sea City. Marrying off a daughter in Sea City was about having a daughter from 100 families. That was the way to show respect. Moreover, Su Piaohong and Hu Xiaoheng's marriage was favored by the military, and General Ji was the matchmaker. If Hu Xiaoheng dared to play tricks on her and her daughter, they wouldn't care, but General Ji would be greatly offended. If Hu Xiaoheng dared to do something like this, he'd better think about his own future first. No matter how bad a man's character was, or how lustful, he wouldn't dare to be careless about his own future. Mrs. Su thought it through in a flash and was sure that Hu Xiaoheng wouldn't dare to do anything to them. She raised her head and looked at Hu Xiaoheng in almost the same posture as Su Piaohong. She laughed coldly and said, "Major General Hu, why are you looking at me? Don't you dare to admit your own name. Shouldn't you tell me what's wrong with my daughter?" Hu Xiaoheng's eyes narrowed. He finally understood how such a weird daughter like Su Piaohong was raised. Like mother like daughter, Deputy Chief of Staff Su was really amazing. Hu Xiaoheng's heart was slightly scornful, but his expression was still indifferent. He said calmly, "No comment." Su Piaohong couldn't bear to see Hu Xiaoheng's indifferent expression. The gentleness she saw on his face earlier seemed to have been a hallucination. There was no longer any trace of it on his solemn and handsome face. Su Piaohong was hurt and angry at the same time. She balled her hand into a fist and pressed it against her lips, trying her best to hide her sobbing voice. "Major General Hu, what did I do wrong? Tell me, and I'll definitely change. But the way you are right now really disappoints me. I didn't expect you to be such a person." The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched as she listened from behind Hu Xiaoheng. She couldn't help but complain internally, what kind of person is this and that? Is he close to you? Is it really okay to speak like this? Can't you hear the sound of the sea in your head? Hu Xiaoheng didn't mind. The Special Operations Forces had experienced all kinds of emergency training. They had experienced people more eccentric than Su Piaohong, and situations more embarrassing than this. Therefore, Hu Xiaoheng didn't feel any pressure at all. He was just a little confused. What did General Ji see in Su Piaohong? Why did he have to introduce her to him? Su Piaohong waited for a long time, but Hua Xiaoheng still didn't say anything. His expression was calm, and there was no warmth in his eyes. He wasn't even looking at her. His eyes were on the shelves nearby, and he seemed to be focused on the snacks on the shelves. The humiliation of being completely ignored made her even angrier and angrier than being scolded or hit in her face. She had never been ignored so thoroughly, even though she had grown up so much. And she had been ignored by the person she had a crush on. The embarrassment was mixed with the humiliation of her pride. The more Su Piaohong thought about it, the angrier she got. She clenched her fists and trembled slightly. Major General Hua, don't you have anything to say? Hua Xiaoheng felt that it was about time. He glanced at her coldly and said, "You need to take medicine if you're sick. Otherwise, a minor illness will become a serious illness and there'll be no cure." He then turned to leave. Su Piaohong completely lost her mind from Hua Xiaoheng's sarcasm. She rushed forward and reached out to pull Gu Nianji out from behind him. She yelled, "She's Gu Nianji. How dare you say you're not Hua Xiaoheng?" Gu Nianji didn't expect the girl to be so tough. She hurriedly retreated, but remembered Hua Xiaoheng's words to lower her head and not let anyone take a picture of her face. She only stared at the small area in front of her feet. She was so anxious when she retreated that she lost her balance. Coincidentally, a shopping cart was pushed over from behind. The shopping cart was piled so high that it completely blocked the person's line of sight. The person didn't see anyone retreat. He still pushed the shopping cart forward. He just wanted to pay and go home as soon as possible. The two collided with a loud bang. Gu Nianji's back slammed into the shopping cart. She grimaced in pain and had no choice but to quickly move to the side. However, her left foot couldn't stop in time and twisted on the cart's wheel. Her left ankle was in excruciating pain and she couldn't even stand properly. She fell to the ground and instinctively grabbed the shopping cart with one hand. She didn't expect that the shopping cart's center of gravity to be unstable to begin with. With one pull, it tilted towards her. "Be careful. There's someone there. Stop pushing. There's a girl that you hit." The onlookers were all anxious at this moment and shouted along with them. Hua Xiaoheng turned his head and saw it. He dashed over and used one hand to prop up the shopping cart that weighed at least 100 kilograms to prevent it from falling. At the same time, he used his other hand to quickly pick Gu Nianji up from the ground and cradled her in the crook of his arm. He said anxiously, "Please make way, there's a patient who needs emergency treatment." "Major General Hua. Don't go. We haven't finished talking yet." Su Piaohong couldn't allow Hua Xiaoheng to run away like that. She stepped forward to grab his arm. Hua Xiaoheng turned to look at her. His eyes were cold and murderous. Su Piaohong couldn't help but shiver and retract her hand. The people in the supermarket parted to make a path for them to see a tall and handsome man carrying a beautiful girl. The girl's left foot was protruding at a strange angle. It looked like she was seriously injured. Su Piaohong and Mrs. Su watched in shock as Hua Xiaoheng carried Gu Nianji away. They felt their faces burn as if they'd been slapped in the face. "I didn't expect Gu Nianji to know how to act weak at such a young age." Su Piaohong was furious. She vented all her anger on Gu Nianji. "Mom. Let's follow them and see if she's really injured or faking it." "Hey, girl, he already said he doesn't know you. Why are you still going after him? Don't you have any shame?" "That's right. You injured the girl's foot like that, and you're saying she's faking it. I'll beat your foot like that. Show me how you're faking it." The crowd couldn't stand it anymore and started criticizing Su Piaohong for her recklessness. Su Piaohong was at a loss for words. She felt that there was no justice in this world. She felt that there was no justice in this world. She burst into tears and hugged Mrs. Su's arm. "Mom, I want to go see how Gu Nianji is. I can't afford to be blamed like that." Gu Nianji was the one who lost her balance and hit the cart. How did it become her fault? And the way Hu Xiaoheng looked at her before he left, it was like he wanted to kill her. What was wrong with her? What did she do wrong? Mrs. Su was unhappy to see people pointing at them and saying it was their fault. But she was more tolerant than Su Piaohong. She pulled her daughter out of the warehouse supermarket without saying a word. She scolded her, "Why are you crying? You should have cried in front of Major General Hu earlier. A crying baby gets milk. Don't you understand this?" "Mom, I want to go see Gu Nianji. I want to see how long she can keep pretending." Su Piaohong refused to believe that Gu Nianji had really injured her leg. Mrs. Su muttered in her heart. If he really hurt his foot, it would be better for them to visit him in person and talk things out. However, if she wasn't really injured and was only pretending to let Hu Xiaoheng escape, then she would have to talk to General Ji about it. Her daughter had never been wronged since she was young, but if she had to suffer such grievances after getting married, how could she live her life? This is the first watch. At 7:00 in the evening the next day. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 4:16. As they walked out of the warehouse, they saw a red Ferrari shoot out of the parking lot like a rocket and head towards the overpass. Su Piaohong was startled by the roar of the sports car. As a traffic cop, she couldn't wait to catch up with the car. She yelled, "Speeding, speeding. These people don't care about traffic rules just because they're rich. If I was on duty, I'd teach them a lesson." Mrs. Su looked at her daughter's overflowing sense of justice and was very pleased. "That's right. General Ji likes your upright and outspoken character. You have to remember that Major General Hua is too stubborn. You must not soften. If you soften this time, you'll have to soften in front of him for the rest of your life. What's the point of living then?" Su Piaohong blushed at her mother's words, but she was unhappy when she recalled how Hu Xiaoheng had ignored her earlier. She pouted. "He wants to marry me, but I don't want to marry him yet. Mom, can you talk to Auntie Ji about this? Can we change the decision made by the military?" "What childish words are you saying?" Mrs. Su snorted. "Since the military has decided to matchmake you and General Hua, then it's a done deal. Your father and I were also matchmakers in the past. On the surface, they said it was for us to spend time together, but it was actually for us to get married. How would we dare not get married?" Mrs. Su was a soldier from a small county. At the time, Deputy Chief of Staff Su was only a small company commander, but he was very lucky and had some skills. He had commanded the troops in several military exercises and competitions and was recognized by the old general. Later, he was sent to the military academy to further his studies and obtained his bachelor's and master's degrees. In his generation, it was very rare to see a soldier with a bachelor's and master's degree. This was also one of the reasons why Deputy Chief of Staff Su was able to rise so quickly. "I see. But how can I marry him if he doesn't care about me? I still need to think about it." Su Piaohong couldn't help but smile as she spoke. It was as if she could already see the stern Hu Xiaoheng lowering his noble head in front of her and smiling at her with that unbelievably gentle and handsome smile. In the Ferrari, Gu Nianji was strapped tightly to the passenger seat by Hu Xiaoheng's seatbelt. She held on to the handle of the roof and watched Hu Xiaoheng drive. Her heart skipped a beat. Only Hu Xiaoheng could drive a sports car like a fighter jet. Fortunately, the performance of the Ferrari was good. Otherwise, if it were any other car, it would have fallen apart. Gu Nianji turned her head fearfully to look at Hu Xiaoheng's side profile as he focused on driving. His brows were slightly furrowed, and she said in a trembling voice, "Hu Xiao, drive slower. I'm fine. Although her waist and ankle hurt, her attention was completely diverted when she saw Hu Xiaoheng's roller coaster stance. She didn't feel as much pain anymore. Hu Xiaoheng ignored her. His hands gripped the steering wheel tightly as he spoke to Zhao Liangzi through his Bluetooth headset. Little Zhe, get someone to get the nearest police car to clear the way for me. Zhao Liangzi had already seen the scene through the supermarket security camera. When the shopping cart almost fell on Gu Nianji, Zhao Liangzi broke out in a cold sweat in front of the camera. Fortunately, Gu Nianji would be fine with Hu Xiaoheng by her side. However, she still sprained her ankle. Zhao Liangzi immediately asked, "Which way do you want to go?" "I'll see which police station is the most convenient." Hu Xiaoheng looked at the location displayed by the car's GPS and frowned. "The nearest hospital is in the downtown area. It's not good." Not only was the environment not good, but there were also no good doctors there. Hu Xiaoheng made a decision in a split second. He quickly turned the steering wheel, and the red Ferrari's wheels screeched on the road. The friction with the road was so intense that sparks almost flew. Gu Nianji didn't dare to look at the speeding scenery outside the car. She closed her eyes helplessly and whispered, "Hu Xiao, drive slower." Even if she was injured, it wasn't an emergency. Did he have to drive so fast? Hu Xiaoheng made a sharp turn and went directly onto the overpass. He drove towards the Special Operations Forces headquarters. He said to Zhao Liangzi on the other side of the Bluetooth headset, "Get Chenlai to get ready. It's best if he can get a few of the most famous orthopedic doctors on standby." "Roger, Chief." Zhao Liangzi answered loudly and immediately got ready. There was a ready-made hospital in the base with the best facilities. Although there weren't many doctors, each one was an elite. Chenlai received a call from Zhao Liangzi saying that Gu Nianji had sprained her ankle outside and seemed to have an injury on her back. He immediately volunteered, "I'll get 2 orthopedic doctors to come with me." "Thank you, Dr. Chen. Hu Xiao and the others will be here soon." Zhao Liangzi hung up and looked at the social media he was monitoring. It had only been 5 minutes since he last saw it, and it was already in an uproar. As expected, the person who took the video couldn't wait to upload the video to social media. Coincidentally, he had taken the picture diagonally behind Hu Xiaoheng, so only Su Piaohong and her mother could be seen from the front. Hu Xiaoheng was tall and handsome, and Gu Nianji was behind him with her head lowered, so he couldn't see her face. The video was called "Time to Take Her Medicine, Crazy Girl Scams at the Supermarket, Major General Turns a Blind Eye." Su Piaohong's voice was crisp and clear. She had inherited her mother's soprano voice. Her perfect D-capital accent could be heard clearly in the video. Not long after the person uploaded the video to his social media account, it was immediately reposted by an internet celebrity who liked watching reality shows. He even added a comment, "Best reality show ever." This person was an internet celebrity in D-capital. Almost everyone who followed him in D-capital saw the video the moment he reposted it. The content of the video was so explosive and interesting that everyone happily gathered around to watch it. Su Piaohong and her mother were quickly exposed. Most importantly, Su Piaohong was a trainee police officer, so there were many people who had seen her before. Everyone happily left comments under the person's social media account as if they were watching a joke. This sensational video was, of course, quickly filed with the relevant departments. It was supposed to be a routine check, but the content was actually related to the special forces. The man in the video looked very much like Hu Xiaoheng. But Hu Xiaoheng wasn't an ordinary person. Although General Ji was trying to get Hu Xiaoheng to step up from behind the scenes to lay the foundation for him to take over a bigger position in the future, his public exposure was still limited to the military. To the public, he was still in a state of secrecy. His true position could not be revealed in public. Perhaps most people would just treat it as a joke, but in the eyes of those who were observant, this was proper intelligence. This meant that Su Piaohong had accidentally leaked information, and it was a top secret. The American CIA and the British MI5 had spent 6 years trying to determine who the head of the Huaxia Imperial Special Forces was. But this video incident finally gave them a glimmer of hope. Soon, spies from all over the world gathered near the warehouse supermarket on the Third Ring Road. They planned to use the warehouse supermarket as the center and surround the area within a 5-mile radius to conduct a covert search. This time, they would dig 3 feet into the ground to find this person in D capital. Zhao Liangzi closely followed the developments on the internet and also cooperated with the Secret Service to obtain some clues that were stirring abroad. Hu Xiaoheng, who was in the eye of the storm, had just driven the Ferrari to the Special Forces hospital building. Chen Lai was waiting at the entrance with 2 of his best orthopedic surgeons and a male nurse carrying a stretcher. Chen Lai rushed over when he saw the car approaching. Hu Xiaoheng got out from the other side and went around to Gu Nianji's side to open the door. Chen Lai saw Gu Nianji secured to the passenger seat by Hu Xiaoheng's seat with a seatbelt. Her leg was also tightly wrapped in bandages. It was secured well, but Gu Nianji was in great pain. She looked at Chen Lai with a tearless expression and blinked. Tears welled up in her large eyes, but they wouldn't fall. She wasn't in pain, she was embarrassed. Hu Xiaoheng was only concerned about her injury. He bent over to unbuckle her seatbelt and said to Chen Lai, "Do you want to put on a splint before carrying her up?" Chen Lai could tell from Gu Nianji's expression that her injury wasn't serious. But Hu Xiaoheng's posture made it seem like she was about to die after being shot. "Hu Xiao, aren't you driving too fast? Do you think you're still flying a fighter jet?" Chen Lai turned to look at Hu Xiaoheng and scolded him, "I heard you lost the police car that cleared the road for you. To be honest, I brought 2 stretchers here to carry the victims of the car accident." Hu Xiaoheng ignored Chen Lai's sarcasm and lifted Gu Nianji up. He carried her in his arms and asked Chen Lai, "Are you ready? Do you need an X-ray or a CT scan?" "An X-ray or a CT scan? I'll do an autopsy myself." Chen Lai smirked and waved to the 2 male nurses, "Come and carry her up." The video of the warehouse supermarket spread like wildfire on social media for an hour before it was completely banned. It was deleted from the entire internet. Even the person who took the video couldn't find a backup on his phone or cloud account. But everyone who should have seen it had seen it. Especially He Zhichu. He didn't usually go on social media, but Do Ayan suddenly sent him a link and asked him to see if there were any acquaintances. He didn't have anything to do on the weekend anyway, so he logged on to take a look. He immediately saw Gu Nianji standing behind the tall man with her head lowered. Although she didn't look up and he had never seen her in clothes before, He Zhichu only needed to glance at the back of her head to recognize who she was. This was the second watch. Asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 4:17. He Zhichu finished watching the video without saying a word. His focus wasn't on the loud woman, but on the shaky, blurry images at the end. The entire video, which lasted less than 5 minutes, ended when Gu Nianji, who was still in the middle of the shopping cart, crashed into the cart and slid to the ground. Gu Nianji covered her head with one hand. The scene of Hu Xiaoheng holding the cart with one hand and carrying Gu Nianji at the same time was not captured. He Zhichu stared blankly at the final ending scene. He slowly reached out a hand to caress Gu Nianji's head on the iPad in front of him. In that instant, he felt like he could feel Gu Nianji's fear. 6 years ago, she had suffered a fright. 6 years later, was she going to suffer a fright again? What the hell was Hu Xiaoheng doing? How could he injure her in broad daylight? He Zhichu paced back and forth in the room in frustration. He had to make sure Gu Nianji was fine before he could do anything else. After struggling internally for a while, he finally picked up his phone and dialed Gu Nianji's number. The phone rang for a long time, but no one picked up. He Jichu's heart was fluctuating like the ringing. He grew more and more nervous, but refused to give up. He kept dialing Gu Nianji's number until Zhao Liangzi finally picked up. He noticed that He Jichu hadn't left a message after calling so many times, so he picked up just in case it was something important. He asked politely, "Is this Professor He?" "I'm little Zhe. Nianji is in surgery. Please call back tomorrow." He Jichu closed his eyes with the phone in his hand. She was indeed injured, and it was probably quite serious. She still had to undergo surgery. Which hospital is she having surgery at? He Jichu's normally aloof voice was a bit hoarse. He had to see Gu Nianji with his own eyes to be at ease. Zhao Liangzi froze. "Professor He, Nianji is fine. She just sprained her ankle. But Hua Xiao is still worried. He got the best orthopedic doctor to examine her. It's too serious to call it surgery. He's actually setting her bones." "Really?" He Jichu finally calmed down a little, but he was still worried about Gu Nianji's condition. He hesitated for a while, then insisted, "Tell me the name of the hospital, and I'll go see her right away." Zhao Liangzi raised his thick eyebrows and said in shock, "Professor He, don't bother. Nianji is fine. I'll have her call you when she's out of the operating room." "No. I want to see her now." He Jichu's emotions were in turmoil. He couldn't face the same thing happening again. He couldn't help but threaten Zhao Liangzi. "Mr. Zhao, if you don't tell me which hospital Nianji is in, I'll call the police. We'll say that you're illegally detaining him." "Threaten him?" Zhao Liangzi smiled. He switched the phone to his other hand and pressed pause. He opened the video call and said to Hua Xiaoheng, who was waiting at the entrance of the operating room at the base hospital, "Hua Xiao, Professor He saw the video and called to see Gu Nianji. Tell him he's in surgery. Call him when he's done." Hua Xiaoheng sat on the bench outside the operating room. He pressed his palms together and leaned forward. His elbows rested on his knees. His expression was calm, and the speed of his speech didn't change. However, he stood firmly at the door and didn't go anywhere. Zhao Liangzi smiled bitterly. "I told him, but he refused. He even threatened me that if I didn't let him see Nianji right away, he'd call the police and sue us for illegal detention." Hua Xiaoheng didn't even look up. He said calmly into his Bluetooth headset, "Then let him sue." He hung up and didn't want to listen to little Zay's rambling anymore. He had only waited there for half an hour, and Zhao Liangzi had already used all sorts of excuses to call him 10 times. All he wanted was for Hua Xiaoheng to leave the operating room. Hua Xiaoheng understood Zhao Liangzi's intentions, but he had his own ideas. He wouldn't be led by the nose by his subordinates. However, he didn't blame Zhao Liangzi. After all, he was just doing his job as a personal secretary. No one was in the wrong, so they maintained their own way of doing things. Zhao Liangzi had no choice but to return to He Jichu's phone. He found that he hadn't hung up and was still waiting. "What is it? Did you ask for instructions from your boss?" He Jichu saw that the call was connected again and said sarcastically, "Tell me the address of your hospital. I'll be there right away." He had already changed into his coat. It was a black cashmere mid-length coat. It was a slim fit, and the tailoring was top-notch. It didn't have a logo, so it couldn't be bought anywhere. He already had the car keys in his hand. He was only waiting for Zhao Liangzi to tell him the hospital's name and address. Zhao Liangzi began to deliberately stall for time. He said slowly, "Professor He, are you still waiting? Cut the crap. Hurry up." He Jichu was getting impatient. He tried his best to control himself. The veins on his forehead were about to pop. "Professor He, do you treat every one of your students so well?" Zhao Liangzi asked slowly. He had originally been trying to stall for time, so he didn't have anything else to say. However, as soon as he said it, Zhao Liang's heart skipped a beat and he began to mutter. Indeed, when he thought about it carefully, Professor, he really did treat Gu Nianji very well. In the long run, there was the internship at the U.S. Congress. In the short run, there was the dormitory arrangements and special one-on-one classes for her. In addition, there was the anxiety he felt today. He finally realized that He Jichu's concern for Gu Nianji seemed to have surpassed the concern a professor should have for his students. Zhao Liangzi rubbed his chin as he waited for He Jichu's answer. He Jichu cleverly avoided the question. He turned the car keys in his hand. His emotions had already recovered. He said coldly, "If you keep nagging, I'll sue you as well." "Professor He, please don't keep talking about suing or not. There's no point in talking about it too much." Zhao Liangzi was also a straight-A student. Although he majored in computers, he had also studied a little in other areas. The Special Operations Forces walked on the edge of domestic law and was in the gray area of international law. Therefore, they had all studied the basics of law and knew what was illegal and what wasn't. As long as you know it's boring. He Jichu walked towards the door. So don't waste time. I want to see Gu Nianji right away. Zhao Liangzi also became serious. He said calmly, "Professor He, I understand your anxiety, but I can only say 4 words to you, no comment." "You really won't say anything?" He Jichu was furious. In the operating room, Gu Nianji sat on a particularly well-made operating table. Her forehead was beaded with sweat. Even the tip of her exquisite nose had tiny beads of sweat. 2 of the best orthopedic surgeons in the entire empire, one of them pressed down on her knee and the other held her ankle. They felt for the position of the ankle bone and tested it first. Then, they suddenly exerted force and pulled outwards. Aiming at the position of the ankle joint, they pressed inwards. Gu Nianji screamed and fell backwards onto the operating table. The pain was so excruciating that her internal organs were twisted. Chen Lai heard it from the side and wiped the sweat off his forehead with lingering fear. Luckily, the soundproofing in the operating room was top-notch. Otherwise, if Hua Xiaoheng heard it from outside, he might just rush in with a gun and shoot them all. "Okay, the ankle is slightly dislocated. It's all back in place now." One of the surgeons lifted Gu Nianji's left foot for Chen Lai to see. Chen Lai went over to feel the position of Gu Nianji's ankle joint and nodded. "You're the best. You're so accurate." If it was someone else, Nianji's foot would most likely have problems. An ankle dislocation could be serious or minor. If it wasn't properly connected, there would be a slight limp in the future. It wouldn't be noticeable if one walked slowly, but if one walked too fast or ran, the limp would be very obvious. Gu Nianji was only 18. Chen Lai didn't want her beautiful long legs to become a cripple. The 2 orthopedic surgeons laughed and said, "We've done this kind of surgery a year, if not 1,000. Don't worry, we've never had any side effects." "Thank you, both of you. When her foot is completely healed in a few days, I'll bring her over to treat you 2 to dinner." Chen Lai acted like a big brother and cupped his hands in thanks to his colleagues. "Dr. Chen, you're too kind. You've helped us a lot in the past. Today, we'll help you out once in a while. We have to thank you for giving us this opportunity." The 2 doctors laughed heartily and took off their masks to open the door to the operating room. Hua Xiaoheng stood up from the bench outside the door and looked at them inquiringly. "Hua Xiao is still here." The 2 orthopedic surgeons greeted him with a smile. "It's just a minor surgery. Don't worry, Hua Xiao." "Yes, thank you. I'll treat you to tea another day." Hua Xiaoheng nodded and was already rushing to the operating room. Chen Lai was wiping sweat with Gu Nianji when he turned to see Hua Xiaoheng come in. He wanted to hide it from him and quickly waved him out. We're not done here yet. Her back still needs to be x-rayed. Go out first. Hua Xiaoheng was tall and had long legs. He looked over Chenlai's head to see Gu Nianji lying on the operating table. Her cheeks were as white as snow without any color at all. Her lips were even paler. It was obvious that she had experienced unimaginable pain. Hua Xiaoheng's expression also changed. You didn't use anesthetics when you operated on her. Chenlai groaned. It was just bone setting and bone setting. It wasn't good to use anesthetics. What do you mean it wasn't good to use anesthetics? She didn't feel anything. She wouldn't know if it was connected wrongly. Do you want her to have sequelae and limp when she walks in the future? Chenlai braced himself to argue with Hua Xiaoheng. The truth was that he didn't want to use anesthetics on Gu Nianji because he wanted to observe her pain tolerance. The two orthopedic surgeons also said that it was best not to use anesthetics to connect the bones perfectly. Hua Xiaoheng's expression was stern. He wanted to rebuke Chenlai a bit more, but Gu Nianji already spoke up weakly. Hua Xiao. I'm fine. Don't blame Brother Chin. It's all thanks to him that my foot is fine. Her voice was thin and weak, like a kitten that had just recovered from a serious illness. Hua Xiaoheng glared at Chenlai and walked to Gu Nianji's bedside. He bent down to examine her closely and picked up a tissue from the table to wipe her sweat. His eyes were focused and concerned as he asked quietly, "Does it still hurt?" "It doesn't hurt anymore," Gu Nianji said honestly. "It just hurt a lot when the bone was set." "Yeah, it's fine now. I'll make you pork rib soup when we get back," Hua Xiaoheng said as he stared at Chenlai unkindly. Chenlai's face was full of fear. He wanted nothing more than to curl his fat body into a bowl. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and said pitifully, "But I'm hungry right now." Hua Xiaoheng finally let Chenlai go. "I'll go prepare something for you." "Yeah, I want Hua Xiao's homemade fried rice," Gu Nianji answered obediently and discreetly helped Chenlai out. Hua Xiaoheng left in a hurry. Chenlai practically pounced on Gu Nianji's bedside and laughed. "Nianji, Nianji, I've saved you so many times. It's rare that you repay me. I didn't dote on you for nothing." Gu Nianji smiled and was about to speak when Hua Xiaoheng walked in again with a dark expression. Her and Chenlai's smiles froze on their faces. They looked at each other and thought in unison, "Oh no, we've been exposed. We've been caught red-handed." Hua Xiaoheng didn't even look at Chenlai. He handed Gu Nianji's phone to her and said with an unfriendly expression, "Here, hurry up and video call your professor he. This is the first 3,500 words. I'm begging for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you, Ring of 8 Precepts, for the gift of Heshabi yesterday. Mwah. 7:00 the next night. Oh, __intersection, oh. Chapter 418. Ha! Professor He. Why do you want a video call? Gu Nianji hadn't expected the words, "Your Professor He," to come out of Hua Xiaoheng's mouth at all. She was stunned for a moment, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly on her snow-white face. It complemented her clear, inky eyes, and gave off an unknown sense of sexiness. Hua Xiaoheng looked away. "He knew you were injured and wanted to see you. I didn't agree, so he asked for a video call." Hua Xiaoheng briefly explained what had happened and said, "You guys take your time." He turned to leave. Gu Nianji looked at her phone and then at the direction Hua Xiaoheng disappeared in. She had a lot of questions but couldn't ask Hua Xiaoheng. She could only dial He Zhichu's number. He Zhichu was wearing a coat and standing in front of the French windows. He looked at his watch from time to time and held his phone in his other hand as he looked at the scenery outside. Just as he was about to rush out the door, his phone finally rang. It was Gu Nianji's exclusive ringtone. He quickly raised the phone to his ear and asked tentatively, "Hello?" Gu Nianji heard He Jichu's voice and gave Chenlai a look. She waved him out. Chenlai glared at her, but still backed out of the room. Gu Nianji finally spoke to He Jichu. "Professor He, how did you know I was injured?" He Jichu heard that Gu Nianji's voice was still soft and sweet. It wasn't as weak and frightened as he had imagined. He relaxed a little. He put one hand in his coat pocket and looked at his own reflection in the window. He said coldly, "The video has already gone viral. Your Huashao is famous now." Gu Nianji froze. "Video? What video? You don't know." He Jichu frowned. "I can't see it anymore. Someone secretly took it in the supermarket and put it on social media." He Jichu paused. Although he was reluctant, he still said lazily, "But there's no front view of you in the video. Your Huashao only has a back view. The other mother and daughter are in the limelight more." Gu Nianji suddenly recalled Su Piaohong's overbearing attitude at the time. She pouted and said unhappily, "That Su Piaohong really doesn't know what she's doing. I don't know who gave her so much confidence." He Jichu's heart ached when he heard this, but he could only go along with Gu Nianji's words. He didn't want her to get angry again. She has someone to rely on, right? Otherwise, how could he be so presumptuous? He Jichu said calmly, then opened FaceTime on his phone to video call Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji didn't mind. She casually accepted and video called He Jichu. He Jichu immediately saw Gu Nianji's snow-white, bloodless face and large, slightly tired eyes. She was only 18 or 19 years old, but she looked a little haggard. This was the body's natural reaction after being injured. Her injury was not as light as Zhao Liangze had made it out to be. He Jichu immediately came to this conclusion. He Jichu's heart ached when he saw Gu Nianji pretending to be fine despite being injured. He had been living under someone else's roof for a long time, so he had developed this habit of being careful. She had never suffered like this when she was with him in the past. She might have been young at the time, but she had never acted according to others' feelings. It wasn't that she didn't know how to look, but that there was no need to. He Jichu looked at her quietly and used his eyes to caress Gu Nianji's face on the video. His voice was a little hoarse. "Where are you injured?" "I didn't see it clearly on the video, but little Zay said you sprained your ankle." "Did you only sprain your ankle?" He Jichu's question reminded Gu Nianji. She touched the area on her back and frowned. "My ankle was dislocated, but I've already put it back in place. But my back still hurts a little, so I'll have to go for an X-ray later." He Jichu nodded. "Go now, don't delay. I'll go after the video call with Professor He." Gu Nianji nodded quickly. "Thank you for your concern, Professor He. Being too polite would make one seem unfamiliar." He Jichu looked at Gu Nianji silently for a while and considered his words for a long time before saying, "It's best to have your ligaments checked. If there's a problem with the ligaments, treat it immediately. Otherwise, it won't recover." Gu Nianji didn't really listen to him, but she still expressed her gratitude for his kindness. "Got it. Thank you, Professor He." He Jichu almost vomited blood when he heard her say, "Thank you," left and right. The corners of his mouth twitched as he finally said, "Call me after the X-ray, or send me a text to let me know you're fine." "Yes, yes, yes, of course. Professor He is such a good teacher." Gu Nianji giggled and agreed immediately. But it didn't sound sincere. He Jichu knew she was brushing him off, but he didn't expose her. He only said slowly, "If you don't call or text me in 30 minutes, I'll keep calling until you pick up." He then ended the FaceTime. Gu Nianji looked at the suddenly darkened phone screen and shook her head with a smile. She turned off her phone and called Chenlai over the intercom. Brother Chin, I'm fine now. Can I go for the X-ray now? Her back needed to be X-rayed, and her ankles also needed to be taken to make sure that they were completely connected. Although the two orthopedic experts had guaranteed there would be no sequelae, Hu Xiaoheng insisted on getting an X-ray just in case. Chen Lai also agreed, so Gu Nianji listened to them and went for the X-ray. Chen Lai saw that she was fine and pushed a wheelchair in. He helped her sit in the wheelchair and pushed her to the radiology department for the X-ray. Because Hu Xiaoheng had specifically asked for Gu Nianji, the doctors at the Special Operations Forces Hospital gave Gu Nianji the best treatment and had the best radiologist take the X-ray. After 20 minutes, the clear X-ray was developed and a copy was sent to Chen Lai and Hu Xiaoheng. After returning from the radiology department, Gu Nianji sat on the oval sofa in Chen Lai's office to drink milk and eat snacks. The fried rice that Hu Xiaoheng had promised hadn't arrived yet, and Gu Nianji was so hungry that she couldn't take it anymore. She ordered milk and cake for afternoon tea. They had originally agreed to go home together for hot pot today. Gu Nianji missed the shopping cart of hot pot ingredients that they had left in the supermarket. Chen Lai looked at her X-ray carefully, his gaze gradually becoming serious. He looked up at Gu Nianji, who was happily eating on the sofa, and said calmly, "Nianji, did you injure the ligaments in your ankle before?" Gu Nianji had just taken a bite of the snack and quickly swallowed it when she heard that. "No. My ankle has never been injured before. This is the first time I've sprained it." She had never been so seriously injured in all the years of a military training with Hu Xiaoheng. She had always been in good health and had always been active. The number of times she had caught a cold in the past 6 years could be counted on one hand. But the X-ray shows that your ankle ligaments do have traces of an old injury, but it's healing well. It shouldn't be a problem. Chen Lai showed Gu Nianji the traces on the X-ray. "Look here. If it hadn't been injured before, it would be smooth. But there's a small bump here, which means it was broken and then reconnected." Gu Nianji looked at the X-ray image of her ankle in surprise. After a while, she smiled and said, "Brother Chin, you're amazing. These scans only show a few bones in my eyes. I can't see anything different at all. If normal people can see it, why do we need doctors?" Chen Lai actually joked. He said bluntly, "Maybe you were injured when you were young." Gu Nianji shut her mouth. She didn't remember anything from her childhood, so she couldn't say for sure. But something suddenly flashed through her mind, and she instinctively asked Chen Lai. "Brother Chin, you're saying that my ankle ligaments are old injuries from when I was young? You've never had an ankle injury in the 6 years you've been with Hu Xiao?" "Of course, except for this time." Chen Lai chuckled. "So the injury on the ligaments must have been done before you were 12. "Before I was 12. Gu Nianji tried to recall, but her normally intelligent brain started to hurt uncontrollably as soon as it crossed the red line from 6 years ago. She covered her head and sat on the sofa in the corner with a pale face. She took a long time to recover and said bitterly, "Will I never regain my memory?" "That's hard to say. The human brain is the most amazing thing. Maybe one day, you'll be stimulated by the same event and remember again." Chen Lai patted her shoulder and comforted her softly. Gu Nianji yelped. "Brother Chin, why are you so strong? My back is about to be broken by you." Her back spasmed, and it was difficult to sit up. She had no choice but to lie down on the sofa. Chen Lai quickly looked at the X-ray on her back and couldn't help but gasp. "Your spine is indeed injured. If it wasn't for the X-ray, I really wouldn't have been able to tell. Don't sit and don't move. I'll put a bandage on your waist, apply some ointment, and give you an injection. It's best to stay in bed for 10 days. Otherwise, if there are any sequelae, your life will be over." It was the second watch. Begging for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thanks to little one kiss for the Heshabi this morning. Mwah. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 419. The X-ray showed that the displacement of the spine was very obvious, which meant that the condition was very serious. After carefully looking at the X-ray, Chenlai wiped the sweat from his forehead with lingering fear and said to Gu Nianji, "Luckily, was Xiaoheng tied you up with a seatbelt in the car so that you couldn't move. Otherwise, you would have been paralyzed. The worst thing to do with spinal injuries was to tie her up like what Xiaoheng had done. She couldn't move at all and couldn't exert any force on her spine. That was the only way to prevent her injury from worsening. Even if Chenlai had been there, he would have made the same decision. He would have tied her up tightly and sent her to the hospital for corrective surgery. It's that serious." Gu Nianji couldn't believe it. "I only bumped into that shopping cart, and I didn't feel particularly uncomfortable. It was only because you patted me a few times that I felt like I was being pricked by needles. Spinal injuries are like that. By the time you feel uncomfortable, it has already worsened to a certain extent." Chenlai shrugged and looked down to pick up another medical record. He wrote quickly as he said, "I'm worried. I have to do an MRI on you to see how serious it is." Gu Nianji closed her eyes and collapsed weakly on the round sofa in the corner. She murmured, "Can you not let Huashao know?" Chenlai grinned and said, "Of course, that's impossible." Gu Nianji didn't want to speak anymore. She lay on the sofa motionlessly and kept thinking about how to appease Huashaoheng's anger. Most people couldn't tell if Huashaoheng was angry or not. Even his personal secretaries and orderlies had always found it difficult to detect his emotional changes from his expression and eyes. Gu Nianji was an exception. Perhaps she was more sensitive than others, or perhaps it was because she had grown up with Huashaoheng and knew him better than others. Or perhaps it was because she had spent more time studying Huashaoheng than others. Zhao Liangze and Yin Shixiang obviously didn't have the unique conditions that Gu Nianji had. Both of them stood in front of Huashaoheng's desk and looked at him in confusion. "Huashao, Nianji's injury isn't that serious. You don't have to do this, right?" Huashaoheng looked up at them. His entire body was hidden behind the shadow of the desk lamp, so his expression appeared a little dark. However, he would never admit that it was his mood that was dark. It was because he was in the shadow of the lamp that his expression appeared dark because of the lack of light. His voice was still deep and steady as he tapped the desk rhythmically with the 5 fingers of one hand. He said calmly, "This has nothing to do with Nianji's injury. Su Piaohong, as a member of the security force, knowingly broke the law. We were only fulfilling our duty as citizens and filed a complaint against her according to the law." Yin Shixiang glanced at Zhao Liangze. Zhao Liangze rubbed his nose and muttered, "You're the chief, you're right, but Su Piaohong really needs a lesson. Last time." He was referring to the time he had forced Huashaoheng's car to stop for no reason. Both last time and this time, Huashaoheng said calmly, "I've already warned her last time. If she does it again, she'll be punished for both crimes." Yin Shixiang understood and quickly said, "Chief, I'll take care of it." Of course, Huashaoheng couldn't personally deal with this kind of thing. Even the Special Operations Forces couldn't do anything about it. They could only use their people in the local departments to help. Huashaoheng received a call from Chenlai after he finished dealing with the matters here. He said guiltily, "Huashao, I've wronged you. I'm afraid Nianji's injury is not as simple as it seems." Huashaoheng was slightly taken aback. "Speak." His voice became deeper and deeper, like a heavy hammer. It hit Chenlai so hard that he didn't dare to joke around with him anymore. Chenlai held the internal line and composed himself. He said in a low voice, "Come over. We'll talk face to face." Huashaoheng's eyes narrowed. He held the pen in his hand and prepared to record it down. "What is it?" I just did an MRI on Nianji. Chen Lai looked at the results in front of him. Her back spine. Almost every joint has been slightly displaced. Hu Xiaoheng suddenly used force and broke the pen in his hand in half. He stood up from behind his desk. It's just a bump. Is it really that serious? Chen Lai's voice became even lower. Come over. We'll talk face to face. Hu Xiaoheng quickly hung up and left his office. He returned to Chen Lai's office on the 6th floor of the military base hospital. Gu Nianji had already returned to the hospital bed. She wasn't in Chen Lai's office. Hu Xiaoheng walked to Chen Lai. He put one hand in his trouser pocket and tapped on his desk with the other. He urged calmly, hurry up and tell me. Don't keep me in suspense. Chen Lai stood up and led Hu Xiaoheng to his laboratory to talk. It was more secluded and better equipped. He placed the MRI results in front of Hu Xiaoheng and said in a low voice. These spinal joint displacement conditions are not new. What do you mean? Hu Xiaoheng frowned. It's not this time. But Nianji hasn't been injured before. I know. That's why I deduced that it was caused during the years she lost her memory. Chen Lai's face was full of heartache. His round face was scrunched up. Have you ever seen someone abuse a cat? Hu Xiaoheng asked. What does this have to do with Nianji? I've seen an abused kitten. Its 4 legs and tail were tied up, and it was thrown down from a high floor. The fall almost broke its spine into pieces. Nianji's condition is very similar to that kitten's. Of course, it's not as serious. It can also be said that it was the result of someone deliberately controlling the strength of the fall. All the bones in her body showed signs of being squeezed and distorted. Of course, her healing ability is also incredible. These are all old injuries. In fact, they have already healed. If it wasn't for the MRI, it wouldn't have been visible at all. That's why we never noticed anything wrong. Tell me, who would be so cruel as to do such a thing to Nianji before she was 12? Chen Lai was practically whispering into Hu Xiaoheng's ear. These conditions were indeed not to be known to outsiders. Hu Xiaoheng was even more unwilling to let the military know about Gu Nianji's condition. He clenched his fists. The darkness between his brows was like the sky before a storm. It was dark and lightless, and the wind and thunder were about to blow. Could it have something to do with her family? Hu Xiaoheng enunciated each word carefully. He was actively searching for Gu Nianji's family. Even if there was only a 1 in 5 chance, Gu Nianji's family actually didn't love her like they thought. Then wouldn't finding her family be like sending a lamb into a tiger's den? But if he didn't find them, he would never be able to get past the military. Hu Xiaoheng was a bit irritated for the first time. He took out a cigarette and asked Chen Lai before lighting it up, "Can I smoke?" Chen Lai made a whatever gesture. In fact, he also really wanted a cigarette. He understood Hu Xiaoheng's determination to find Gu Nianji's family better than anyone else. But if the result was worse than not finding her family, how would they face it? After finishing the cigarette, Hu Xiaoheng made a decision. He threw the cigarette butt into the trash can and said to Chen Lai, "Treat her injuries first. I'll go take care of the people that need to be taken care of. After that, we still have to find her family, but don't say that it has anything to do with Nianji. Find them first. If it really was someone who harmed her all those years ago, and Nianji had actually escaped, then he wouldn't let the person who harmed her go, even if it was her family." This was the first watch. Begging for monthly votes and recommendation votes. 7 p.m. the next watch. Moi. Oh, N_N. Oh. Chapter 420. Once Hu Xiaoheng made his decision, he didn't dwell on it anymore. He was a man of action and never talked nonsense until he was done. Why did he do the MRI? Hu Xiaoheng composed himself and began to investigate Chen Lai's actions. He narrowed his eyes to hide his piercing gaze, but the pressure was just as great. Chen Lai was most afraid of being stared at by Hu Xiaoheng like this. It was like a hawk staring at its prey, and it gave him a great sense of oppression. Chen Lai wiped the fine beads of sweat on his forehead with a handkerchief and stammered. Nianji's spine is still injured. It's just a small injury. Of course, it's not as serious as her previous injuries. It's just a slight displacement. I've already fixed it for her. She'll definitely recover after lying in bed for half a month. Spine displacement. You're telling me it's a minor injury? Hu Xiaoheng cocked his head and squeezed the words out through gritted teeth. He strode forward and grabbed Chen Lai's collar with one hand. Give me a certificate of serious injury immediately. I need it. Chen Lai nodded quickly. Right away. Right away. But how am I supposed to do it if you don't put me down? Hu Xiaoheng let go, and Chen Lai slid to the floor. His legs went weak and he almost lost his footing. He quickly steadied himself by supporting himself against the wall and ran towards his desk. Hu Xiaoheng watched him coldly from behind until Chen Lai handed him the certificate of serious injury. Hu Xiaoheng took it and asked, "Where's Nianji?" "In that ward. I just performed corrective surgery on her. She'll have to lie in bed for the next 10 days. Chen Lai pointed in the direction of the ward. Over there. He added, her injury is special, so it's not suitable for her to be moved. Hu Xiaoheng, you have to let her stay here. He knew Hu Xiaoheng's personality. Even if Gu Nianji was hospitalized, she would have to stay at his house. He wouldn't let her spend the night outside. However, the situation was indeed special this time. Gu Nianji's injury was particularly taboo to be moved around. Jumping around was also strictly forbidden. Hu Xiaoheng was silent for a long time and didn't speak. He took the certificate of serious injury to the other ward to see Gu Nianji. On the hospital bed, Gu Nianji lay with her eyes closed on the snow-white hospital sheets. Her face was still pale, and her long, thick, and dark eyelashes stood out even more. It was like 2 black crescents had been drawn on her snow-white face. Her eyelashes trembled slightly as she breathed, and she looked like a lifeless doll. Hu Xiaoheng's heart ached. He sat down in front of her bed and tucked her in. However, out of the corner of his eye, he saw something strange under the blanket. Hu Xiaoheng lifted the corner of the blanket. Gu Nianji was strapped tightly to the hospital bed with surgical straps. She could only maintain a supine position and couldn't even lift a finger. He had to maintain this position for 10 days. Hu Xiaoheng's eyes were filled with anger as he clenched his fists. Someone had to pay the price for this. Hu Xiaoheng suddenly turned around and left Gu Nianji's room. Chen Lai heard the door open and hurried out, but saw that Hu Xiaoheng had already strode away. He had no choice but to call Zhao Liangze immediately and briefly explain Gu Nianji's injuries. He also said that Hu Xiao was very angry and asked him to keep an eye on her. Zhao Liangze was also shocked when he heard about Gu Nianji's injuries. He quickly asked, "Dr. Chen, is it really that serious?" "I guarantee it's real." Chen Lai was unhappy. He couldn't put on airs in front of Hu Xiaoheng, but in front of people like Zhao Liangze and Yin Shixiang, he had absolute authority and was not to be questioned. "Dr. Chen, that's not what I meant." Zhao Liangze quickly apologized. "I was just too shocked." Zhao Liangze pounded the table. "I even spoke up for Su Piaohong and advised Hu Xiao not to pursue the matter. I didn't know she was so despicable. She caused so much pain to Nianji, so she must be pursued. I won't agree to not pursue the matter." Zhao Liangze hung up angrily and immediately sent a text to Yin Shixiang. He briefly explained Gu Nianji's injuries and asked him to deal with this matter severely. Yin Shixiang had just gotten in touch with an insider in the Special Operations Forces about the conflict between Su Piaohong and Gu Nianji. Yin Shixiang was also furious when he saw Zhao Liang's text. He changed the topic and ordered the person, Su Piaohong must be taught a lesson this time. Don't hold back, just do it. I'll back you up. The person nodded. Don't worry, Chief. She was in the wrong in the first place. She used her father as the deputy chief of staff and caused a lot of trouble in the bureau. Our chief was the one who settled it for her. This time, I don't think even the chief of police will be able to settle it. Yin Shixiang pounded the table and sneered. Let them come. Just come and plead for her. Corruption, shamelessness, jumping up and down, all kinds of scams. I'd like to see who dares to go against us. For the entire Saturday afternoon, Su Piaohong's house was in a complete mess. They left the warehouse supermarket at noon and went straight to General Ji's house to ask him about Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji. General Ji didn't want to talk about it. He only told them that Hu Xiaoheng used to be Gu Nianji's guardian. Gu Nianji grew up with Hu Xiaoheng, so Hu Xiaoheng valued her a lot. Su Piaohong and Mrs. Su were relieved. They were about to leave when the video incident came out. Because it was related to Hu Xiaoheng, the person in charge of social media quickly contacted the military's propaganda department. The news spread to all the major departments in the military and finally reached General Ji. Hu Xiaoheng was his favorite general and related to the Special Operations Forces. Such a big thing had to be reported to General Ji. General Ji's personal secretary rushed in to report and saw that the female lead of the video, Su Piaohong, was at General Ji's house. He looked at her sternly and whispered a few words in General Ji's ear. He then took out his phone and showed the video to General Ji. Because Su Piaohong and her mother were there, the person took out his earphones and put them on General Ji. This way, he could hear the conversation in the video, but not Su Piaohong and her mother. General Ji was a hot-tempered person. His expression changed several times, from surprise to anger and indignation. After watching the video, he was so angry that he couldn't speak. He looked up at Su Piaohong and her mother, who were about to leave, and raised his voice. Wait a minute. Mrs. Su turned around, thinking that General Ji wanted to ask them to stay for lunch. She quickly waved her hand. You're too kind, General Ji. We'll go home for lunch. We won't disturb you. Lunch? General Ji laughed coldly. Who's asking you to stay for lunch? He turned to look at the shocked Su Piaohong and said coldly, Piaohong, you saw Xiaoheng this morning? Yes, I saw him. Su Piaohong quickly calmed down and nodded. Something happened at the supermarket, so my mother and I came here to ask about it. Is that so? General Ji was slightly annoyed. Su Piaohong looked like a straightforward and generous girl, but it turned out that she also knew how to avoid the important and dwell on the trivial. It was really hard to find someone who was the same in front of others. General Ji sighed. He was also at fault in this matter. He shouldn't have shown his affection for Su Piaohong so obviously. The mother and daughter were obviously using a feather as a token of authority. What happened? Can you tell me? General Ji asked slowly as he sat down on the sofa in the living room. I met Major General Hua, but he denied that he was Major General Hua, so... Su Piaohong smiled sheepishly. You know I'm a straightforward person, and I can't stand people lying to my face. So, my tone wasn't very polite. She stuck out her tongue mischievously, looking like a cute child begging for forgiveness in front of her parents after getting into trouble. General Ji only felt that it hurt his eyes. He said he wasn't, so you called out his identity in public. General Ji's voice suddenly rose an octave. He stood up abruptly and pointed at Su Piaohong angrily. Who are you to him? What obligation does he have to answer you? You, leave for me. Don't ever come to my house again. This was blatantly chasing them away. Su Piaohong and Mrs. Su were really scared out of their wits. They stood at the entrance of the living room, not knowing what to do. They felt awkward, wronged, and extremely uneasy. General Ji's wife heard General Ji's roar and quickly came out of the room. Old Ji, what can't you just say? How can I take it when you talk to me like that? Then, she added, don't you always like Piaohong? If she did something wrong, you should teach her properly. She didn't do anything wrong. She did break the law. General Ji interrupted his wife and said coldly, even if Speaker Long or Prime Minister Do interceded, it would be useless, let alone you. Su Piaohong, go back and wait for the organization to deal with it. Leave, and don't come back again. It was the second watch. Asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi. Oh, N_N, oh. Chapter 421. General Ji's wife kept quiet when it came to work. She looked away and sighed. I don't know about that. Old Ji, I'll go in first. She shook her head at Su Piaohong and her mother and turned to walk into the lounge. Su Piaohong was shocked and angry. She had never imagined that General Ji and his wife, who had always been kind to her and looked up to her, would turn against her. Tears streamed down her face and she asked, choking, Uncle Ji, what did I do wrong? Why are you treating me like this? What do you mean by breaking the law? I don't understand. I swear to God, I've always been doing the right thing. When did I break the law? You have to tell me, or I won't take the blame. Mrs. Su panicked. This child was being unreasonable again. It was fine if she was being unreasonable with other people, but she was being unreasonable with General Ji. Wasn't she looking for death? Piaohong. Shut up. Let's go back first. There might be a misunderstanding. Let's go back and clarify it with your father. Mrs. Su kept winking at Su Piaohong and forcefully dragged her out. Su Piaohong stubbornly refused to leave. She clung to the door post and shouted, I'm doing the right thing. Sit up straight. I didn't do anything wrong. I have a clear conscience. Why should I leave? They're the ones who framed me. Slap. Before Su Piaohong could finish her sentence, Mrs. Su had already slapped her angrily. She growled, are you done? I said we'll talk at home. Why are you arguing with General Ji here? The guards at the door stared at the mother and daughter. If they didn't leave, they would have no choice but to chase them away. After all, General Ji had given them an order. They had to obey. The sound of a row of guns being pulled rang out in the courtyard. Su Piaohong and Mrs. Su looked up in shock to see a row of black muzzles pointing at them. They were scared out of their wits and screamed as they stumbled out of General Ji's courtyard. When they got home, Deputy Chief of Staff Su was still reading a magazine on the sofa. When he saw Su Piaohong crying so hard that her eyes were swollen and there was an obvious handprint on her face, he threw the magazine away and stood up angrily. He rushed to the mother and daughter and asked, what happened? Piaohong, who hit you? Who dares to hit my daughter? Does he want to die? Dad. Su Piaohong was so touched that she threw herself into Deputy Chief of Staff Su's arms and cried, Dad. You have to give me justice. I was bullied. Mrs. Su pushed her away from Deputy Chief of Staff Su's arms and pointed at Su Piaohong angrily. Go back to your room and reflect on yourself. Don't come out and cause trouble. It was the first time Su Piaohong had been hit by Mrs. Su. She felt wronged, but Mrs. Su was furious. She stomped her feet and yelled, "Lock me up for the rest of my life if you can. Not coming out. I won't marry anyone. Get married, get married. You only know how to get married. Aren't you ashamed to talk about getting married all the time?" Mrs. Sue waved her hand and wanted to hit her again when she saw this. Deputy Chief of Staff Sue quickly grabbed Mrs. Sue's hand and tried to calm her down. All right, let's talk this out. You didn't comfort your child when she was bullied outside and instead hit her. Do you feel guilty? Isn't she your biological daughter? That's why we need to discipline her strictly. Mrs. Sue thought about General G's expression today and felt more and more uneasy. After chasing Su Piaohong upstairs, Mrs. Sue quickly grabbed Deputy Chief of Staff Su's hand and said anxiously, "Piaohong seems to have caused trouble. General G threw a big tantrum today and almost chased us out. Why don't you go outside and ask what happened?" What? Deputy Chief of Staff Su's eyes almost fell out of their sockets. What did you do? How did you make General G so angry? He even chased you out. Oh my God, was it you or Piaohong? Of course it's your precious daughter. Mrs. Sue pouted. Just now, at General G's house, if I hadn't slapped her and pulled her away, she would have gotten into a fight with General G. Don't you think our daughter is a little simple-minded? Deputy Chief of Staff Su didn't have an outstanding family background. He had relied on his own abilities to rise from a soldier to the position of Deputy Chief of Staff of the Operations Department. He was more intelligent than Su Piaohong and her mother. He knew that something must have happened. It couldn't be a small matter for General G to be so angry. But Su Piaohong had been with her mother the entire day. How could she have done something so serious? Deputy Chief of Staff Su looked at his wife. After being married for so many years, he knew his wife very well. Even though she had a few flaws that couldn't cover up her beauty, the general direction was always right. So when exactly did Su Piaohong do something? He was lost in thought. The living room of the Su family was quiet. Only the ticking of the grandfather clock could be heard. Just as Deputy Chief of Staff Su was about to go out and ask around, his phone suddenly rang. At the same time, an earth-shattering scream came from Su Piaohong's room upstairs. Then, there was a rumbling sound, as if something was rolling down from the second floor. Deputy Chief of Staff Su and Mrs. Su stood up together and looked towards the stairs. Dad! Mom! You guys have to help me. Someone recorded me and posted it on the internet. It turned out that Su Piaohong had rushed down from the second floor. She lost her balance and almost rolled down the stairs. Luckily, the Su family's house was a small high-rise duplex. The stairs from the second floor to the first floor were only a few steps, and there was a thick carpet on the floor. Su Piaohong didn't get hurt. She climbed up from the floor, holding the phone in her hand. Her face was streaked with tears as she screamed at Deputy Chief of Staff Su and Mrs. Su, "Someone recorded me. I want him to go to jail. I want him to go to the 18th level of hell. How dare he mess with me? He must be tired of living." Deputy Chief of Staff Su was stunned. He ignored her and walked to the French window in the corner of the living room to answer the call. Xiao Meng. What's up? Xiao Meng was Deputy Chief of Staff Su's trusted subordinate in the Operations Department. She was like his personal secretary. Of course, Deputy Chief of Staff Su's rank wasn't high enough to have his own personal secretary, so Xiao Meng wasn't under his name. Xiao Meng's anxious voice came from the phone. Deputy Chief of Staff Su, your daughter Piaohong is in big trouble. Go online and see the hottest video on social media. Another video. Deputy Chief of Staff Su couldn't help but look back at the mother and daughter in the middle of the living room. They were huddled together, looking at the phone in Su Piaohong's hand. Deputy Chief of Staff Su hesitated for a moment. He followed Xiao Meng's instructions and took out another phone to open the social media app. Once he opened it, the hottest video and trending topic were all the same. It was called "Time to Take Medicine, Crazy Girl Scams at Supermarket, Major General Turns a Blind Eye." Deputy Chief of Staff Su's heart thumped, and his hands started to shake. He clicked on the video with trembling hands. After watching for a while, he realized that the video was no longer viewable. But in just a short while, he had already seen everything clearly. The woman who was yelling loudly in the video was his daughter, Su Piaohong. The B*TCH with a disdainful look on her face was his wife. The mother and daughter had gone to the supermarket in the morning and caused so much trouble. Deputy Chief of Staff Su's face darkened. Xiao Meng continued on the phone. "Deputy Chief of Staff Su, you have to be prepared. This video has already reached General G. Are you going to ask for help? Or ask General G's wife for help? This is not an ordinary mistake. This is a serious leak of secrets." Deputy Chief of Staff Su's face turned from red to white. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he almost fainted. He steadied himself by leaning against the wall and coughed. He tried to calm himself down and asked, "Who else knows about this?" If he wanted to ask for help, he had to bribe these people. Otherwise, not only would Piaohong's future be in jeopardy, she might even face jail time. Little Meng took a deep breath. Who else knows about it? Deputy Chief of Staff Su, you still don't realize the seriousness of this matter. The entire military knows, the entire nation knows, maybe even the whole world knows. Clatter. The phone in Deputy Chief of Staff Su's hand fell to the ground. The battery fell out, and the phone screen shattered on the marble floor like a cracked spider web. Dad! These people are too much. I'm going to sue them. They took pictures of me. Su Piaohong rushed over and said angrily, "And Major General Hu, look, is this his back?" Su Piaohong had taken a screenshot of Hu Xiaoheng's back just now. She wanted to use it as evidence to argue with him. This was the first night watch. Begging for monthly votes and recommendation votes. P.S. Thank you, Beiji's ring, for tipping the Heshabi yesterday. Mwah. 7 p.m. the second night watch. Oh, N_N, oh. Chapter 422. She didn't know what had happened, but she couldn't watch the video on social media anymore. Luckily, she had screenshotted it. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to explain it to anyone. Only the screenshot of Hu Xiaoheng's back was still in her phone. That was her strongest evidence. The person who took the video is despicable. How dare he say I'm a love-struck fool? I'm going to sue him for defaming my reputation. Su Piaohong's tears welled up in her eyes as she spoke. Deputy Chief of Staff Su's face darkened. He waved his arm and looked at Su Piaohong's helpless expression. He couldn't bring himself to continue the fight. He stomped his feet and said fiercely, "Stay at home and don't go anywhere. I'm going to ask someone what's going on." Deputy Chief of Staff Su practically dashed out of the door and went to a few familiar colleagues' houses. "Old Su, this matter is a little complicated, and it involves the special forces. We can't do anything about it. Old Su, keep your daughter in check. We've always heard that your daughter is untainted by dirt, and looks down on children of officials like us, so she's not willing to play with children of people like us. Now, it seems like she's really never played with children of people like us. She knows almost nothing about the military. Little Su, since we've been comrades for so many years, please go and beg General G. Leave your daughter alone. Her crime is too serious. The Supreme Military Council is already having a meeting to discuss this serious matter. I heard that General G is going to do a review at the meeting. The last piece of news was whispered to Deputy Chief of Staff Sue by his old superior. He really didn't want to see a capable Deputy Chief of Staff's career dragged down because of his wife and daughter. However, when Deputy Chief of Staff Sue heard that General G was going to do a review at the Supreme Military Council meeting, he knew that it was going to be difficult to salvage the situation. He was only glad that his daughter didn't join the military. She was only an intern police officer. At most, she wouldn't be a police officer anymore. She could do something else or study abroad. As for his daughter wanting to be transferred to the Special Forces, Deputy Chief of Staff Sue had already given up hope. The success of this matter depended on General G's efforts. Now that General G definitely wouldn't agree, they gave up on the idea. When he got home, he saw his wife sitting on the sofa. His daughter was half kneeling on the ground and lying on his wife's lap. She was crying so hard that her shoulders were trembling. Deputy Chief of Staff Sue's anger turned into a long sigh. "Piao Hong, your father is back. Go and ask him what's going on." Mrs. Sue pushed Su Piao-hong up and pouted at Deputy Chief of Staff Sue. Su Piao-hong wiped her tears with the back of her hand and walked up to Deputy Chief of Staff Sue. She sobbed and asked, "Dad, what happened?" "Nothing." Deputy Chief of Staff Sue patted her head. "Go back and work hard. Don't be so reckless again." After a pause, he continued, "Don't even think about transferring to the Special Operations Forces. You definitely won't be able to go there." "Ah. How could this be? Why?" Su Piao-hong raised her head abruptly and looked at Deputy Chief of Staff Sue with her big round eyes. "Dad, did I fail? Were the requirements of the Special Forces very strict? But I remember Uncle G said." "That's enough." Deputy Chief of Staff Sue interrupted Su Piao-hong sternly. He wanted to scold her, but when he saw her red and swollen eyes, he swallowed his words and changed his tone. "Be a good cop. If you don't want to be a cop anymore, Mom and Dad will send you to study abroad. Once you're done, you can settle down abroad." Su Piao-hong's eyes were red and swollen. When Mama Sue heard this, she was unhappy. "Old Sue, what are you talking about? Even if I can't enter the Special Forces, I don't have to go overseas, right?" She walked over and pushed Deputy Chief of Staff Sue's arm. "If she goes overseas to settle down, what will you do? You will never be able to get promoted again." She still wanted to be the wife of a general. Deputy Chief of Staff Sue was still a long way from the rank of Major General. But if Su Piao-hong really went overseas to settle down, Deputy Chief of Staff Sue would never be able to get promoted again. This was an unwritten rule in the military. Things were different now. In the past, having connections overseas was a plus, but now it was a minus. Deputy Chief of Staff Sue wanted to laugh bitterly. Would he still have a chance to get promoted after such a big incident? He would be lucky if he wasn't forced to change jobs, but in order not to worry the mother and daughter, Deputy Chief of Staff Sue didn't say a word. He only reminded them, now is the time of the storm. You have to be careful and keep a low profile. Forget about the video, it's better to avoid trouble. How can we do that? Su Piao-hong was furious. This stupid video ruined my marriage. I won't let the person who took the video off the hook. Piao-hong. Do you understand what I'm saying? Deputy Chief of Staff Sue saw that Su Piao-hong wasn't going to let it go. He had no choice but to stop her from being silly. If you continue to pester her, who knows what kind of trouble you'll get yourself into. After a lot of persuasion, Su Piao-hong was finally stopped. Su Piao-hong went back to her room in a huff. Mrs. Su thought about Gu Nianji, who had pretended to sprain her ankle when she was hit by the shopping cart. She lowered her voice and said to Deputy Chief of Staff Sue, also, that Miss Gu pretended to sprain her ankle this morning and helped Major General Hu escape. What do you mean escape? Deputy Chief of Staff Sue was confused. Explain it clearly. Mrs. Sue recounted the entire incident from beginning to end. Deputy Chief of Staff Sue folded his hands behind his back and paced around the room. Finally, he made up his mind. I'll call Major General Hua and ask about Miss Gu's injury. If it's serious, we'll visit her as a family and try to get her forgiveness. If it's not serious, we still have to show our sincerity. I hope it's not serious. That way, there's still a chance for things to turn around. Mrs. Sue nodded. That's what I said too. But with Piao Hong like that, do you think we should bring her along to visit her? Deputy Chief of Staff Sue glanced upstairs and shook his head. Just the two of us. We've spoiled this child too much. She doesn't know her place. We need to make her suffer a little before she learns not to be willful. The couple discussed for a long time before Deputy Chief of Staff Sue decided to personally call the Special Operations Forces to talk to Major General Hu Xiaoheng. It was already Saturday evening, and the clouds in the sky were like rainbow-colored ribbons that lit up the entire sky. Deputy Chief of Staff Sue dialed the Special Operations Forces number for a long time before the call went through. He then used a lot of effort to transfer the call to Hu Xiaoheng's office. However, the person who picked up the phone was not Hu Xiaoheng, but his personal secretary, Zhao Liangze. Hello, Mr. Zhao. This is Su Giki, the Deputy Chief of Staff of the Military Operations Department. There's a misunderstanding with Major General Hua, and I would like to personally apologize to him. Deputy Chief of Staff Su said sincerely to Zhao Liangze, hoping to see Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji. I heard Miss Gu accidentally sprained her ankle today. Is it serious? Zhao Liangze's voice was very cold. He was wearing a Bluetooth headset and had his hands behind his head. He stretched out his long legs under the desk and said coolly, Deputy Chief of Staff Su, if it's about your daughter, I'm sorry, but we can't discuss this right now. Even Major General Hua is no exception. Oh. Why? We're sincerely apologizing. Deputy Chief of Staff Su felt that Hu Xiaoheng was being too aggressive. It wasn't like he wasn't going to apologize. Did he have to be so sarcastic? Not every mistake can be resolved with an apology, Deputy Chief of Staff Su. Breaking the law is punishable by law. You don't need me to teach you that, do you? Zhao Liangze thought of Gu Nianji being chained to the hospital bed and felt very sad. They had watched the little girl grow up to be in such a predicament. It was too painful. It was worse than being injured themselves. Oh. Secretary Zhao, why are you saying that? How did our Piaohong break the law? Deputy Chief of Staff Su would never admit that Su Piaohong's actions constituted a leak of classified information. He was willing to go all out for his daughter. Not break the law. Because she attacked our Nianji and caused her to be bedridden with serious injuries. She won't be able to move for 10 days to half a month. Such a serious matter, how could you just gloss over it so casually? Of course, it's not up to us to decide whether or not she broke the law. It's up to the military court. Zhao Liangze hung up and didn't speak to him again. Deputy Chief of Staff Su paled when he heard the words of military court. He stammered, how did she get seriously injured? Wasn't she just bumped into a shopping cart? Was Gu Nianji made of porcelain? Did she break just from a simple touch? He cursed Gu Nianji's injury in his heart. Frustrated, he sat alone in the study until dawn. The next morning, Su Piaohong was already dressed. She rushed down the stairs with a bag of fresh milk and 2 small pieces of bread. Mom, Dad, I'm going to work. The traffic police had rotational days off, so it didn't have to be on Saturday or Sunday. This week, Su Piaohong had to start work on Sunday. She drove her car to the police station and went up to the 8th floor. When she arrived at her desk, a colleague poked her head into her office. Su Piaohong, boss is looking for you. He's in his office. Su Piaohong quickly reported to the superintendent's office. Superintendent Liang, you're looking for me. What's the matter? Superintendent Liang sat behind his desk and looked at her sternly. Piaohong, you've been filed a complaint against you. You're temporarily suspended for investigation. Hand over your gun and bullets, then go to HR and hand over your access card. Go home for a few days. Ha! Who filed a complaint against me? Su Piaohong was furious. She felt that these people had teamed up to cause trouble for her. Let them in. I want to ask them personally what's going on. Su Piaohong, don't you know the consequences of what you've done? A female colleague walked out of the small utility room with a coffee cup in her arms. Her expression was very ugly. Look at this, the founder and leader of our Special Operations Forces was easily sold off by you. You even sold him off for free, and you even paid for it. Su Piaohong, you're actually a pig under human skin, aren't you? Why are you scolding me? Su Piaohong was furious. She used to look down on the other party, who was an experienced third-class police officer. But now, she didn't dare to do so. Who's scolding you? In this day and age, speaking the truth is scolding people. TSK, how fragile must your heart be, little princess? The female colleague snorted and returned to her office. Su Piaohong was shaking with anger. She wanted to run to the female colleague's office and argue with her, but another colleague held her back. Don't be angry at her. She hates people who leak secrets. Her brother used to be a member of the Special Operations Forces. He died in the line of duty a few years ago because someone leaked secrets. Su Piaohong shuddered. She didn't dare to argue with the female colleague anymore. She took out her gun and the remaining bullets and put them in a transparent plastic bag. She sent it to the firearms department to be registered. Then, she went to find Superintendent Liang. She wanted to know who had filed a complaint against her. Did she offend someone because she was too serious as a traffic officer? If that was the case, she wasn't afraid. Gu Nianji was lying on the hospital bed. She was in a deep sleep. She had started running a fever in the middle of the night on Saturday. The monitor in the hospital room sounded a shrill alarm. Hu Xiaoheng, who was sleeping on the sofa not far from the hospital bed, jumped up and went to Gu Nianji's bed to take a look. He saw that her body temperature had risen. Her lips were chapped and cracked, and her hands and feet were scalding. Chen Lai rushed over and pushed Hu Xiaoheng. Please move aside. Please move aside. The doctor is checking. Hu Xiaoheng moved aside. His expression was calm. His deep eyes watched Chen Lai check the monitor without blinking. Chen Lai's expression grew more and more serious. Nianji is running a high fever. Her situation isn't looking good. This was the 3,500 word second update. Begging for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Mwah. Chapter 423. High fever. Hu Xiaoheng's brows furrowed. Does that mean she's infected? Or that her bones aren't set properly? Or that her spine is diseased? Hu Xiaoheng blurted out a few possibilities in the blink of an eye. Chen Lai couldn't help but glance at him. You sure know a lot, hurry up and diagnose. Cut the crap. Hu Xiaoheng walked over and bent over to feel Gu Nianji's forehead. It was indeed burning hot. Her face was crimson, and if she wasn't running a high fever, she would be stunning. However, even though she was sick, the way she lay on the bed still had a kind of fragile beauty that was short-lived. Hu Xiaoheng silently looked away and at the bottle rack in the corner. Chen Lai took out a device and connected it to Gu Nianji's forehead. He then hung in 4. He originally wanted to give her in 4, but changed his mind when he thought about Gu Nianji's body condition. Chen Lai pushed his round eyes away from the bridge of his nose and smiled sheepishly. Hua Xiao, do you want to continue observing her? Nianji's fever is still under control. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at him and pointed to a number on the device. Her fever is almost 40 degrees, and you're telling me it's still under control. I'm not a medical student, but I know that a fever over 39 degrees is considered high. If it's prolonged, it'll burn the brain. Are you saying she's too smart? No. Of course not. Am I that kind of person? Chen Lai quickly retorted. I watched Nianji grow up. How can I not be responsible for her? But you know her condition. Do you remember the last time she was infected with H3AB7? She was in a coma for 2 weeks and had a high fever several times. I didn't give her an 4 and let her carry it through on her own. What? Hua Xiaoheng revealed a rare expression of shock. You actually dared to do that? You don't remember giving me a military order, do you? Of course I remember. Chen Lai was extremely curious about Gu Nianji's constitution. As an outstanding medical genius, the fact that he refrained from dissecting her was already a sign of affection for her. But don't forget, we also came to an agreement for your mother's illness. Hua Xiaoheng fell silent. He looked at Gu Nianji, then at Chen Lai. He put his hands in his trouser pockets and stood ramrod straight in front of Gu Nianji's bed. After a long silence, he finally said, keep it within 40 degrees. If it's any higher, we'll have to cool it down first. Of course. Seeing that Hua Xiaoheng had acquiesced, Chen Lai hurriedly nodded. I'll look after her myself. I won't let anyone else do it. Hua Xiaoheng found a seat and crossed his legs. He placed one hand on the armrest of the sofa and said calmly, there's no need to trouble Master Qin. I'll look after her myself. Chen Lai knew that Hua Xiaoheng didn't trust him. But this was good. To be honest, Chen Lai didn't really trust himself. In the face of Gu Nianji's medical miracle, could he control himself and not use her as a lab rat? At least with Hua Xiaoheng around, he wouldn't dare do anything to Gu Nianji. Therefore, Chen Lai didn't object at all. He smiled and said, okay, I'll make you a cup of tea. Don't worry about me. Go see how Nianji is. Hua Xiaoheng raised his chin at Gu Nianji. Chen Lai sat behind the equipment and began to focus on recording. Chen Lai's speculation was very accurate. On Sunday morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone through the treetops and onto the blinds of the ward, Gu Nianji woke up. Her entire body was soaked, as if she had just been fished out of the water. Her entire body was sore and weak, and even speaking was difficult. Therefore, she didn't speak and only moaned. She was very thirsty and her mouth was very dry. Her voice was very small, like the purr of a kitten that had just woken up from her sleep. Hua Xiaoheng propped his head up and dozed off on the single sofa in the ward. Chen Lai, who was staring at the equipment, didn't hear Gu Nianji's voice, but Hua Xiaoheng did. He froze slightly and opened his eyes. His gaze fell on Gu Nianji's face on the bed directly in front of him. He saw her long eyelashes tremble slightly. Nianji. Hua Xiaoheng stood up and quickly walked to Gu Nianji's bed. He bent down and felt her forehead. He discovered that her fever had indeed subsided, but her forehead was sweaty and her hair was twisted into strands. It was completely drenched in sweat. Chen Lai. Nianji's fever seems to have subsided. Hua Xiaoheng turned to look at Chen Lai. Chen Lai sat in front of the equipment with his eyes wide open, but his consciousness was already fuzzy. He was in a half-asleep state. Hua Xiaoheng roared again and Chen Lai suddenly jumped up. What's wrong? What's wrong? What happened? Are you going to give Ninji a drip? Hu Xiaoheng looked at him with disdain. Go wash your face with cold water, then come back to see Ninji. He paused and said, her fever seems to have subsided. Chen Lai's entire body trembled and he was completely awake. He rushed to Gu Ninji's bed and began fiddling with the equipment to check the records from last night. The equipment clearly showed that Gu Ninji's temperature had reached a heaven-defying 42 degrees last night. But it quickly dropped and stabilized until it finally returned to normal. The entire process took about 6 hours. A normal person with a fever like this would never become stupid, because they would be burned to death immediately. But Gu Ninji. Chen Lai's heart was pounding. He slowly bent down and placed the stethoscope on Gu Ninji's chest. Fortunately, Gu Ninji's heart was beating steadily and strongly. Not only was she alive, but she was also very healthy. He checked her pulse again. It was the same frequency as her heart, so it was a sign of health. Chen Lai straightened his back, and his eyes inadvertently fell on Gu Ninji's sprained left foot. He was shocked to find that the swollen ankle seemed to have returned to normal. It wasn't heaven-defying that the fever had subsided so quickly, but the ankle that had swollen from dislocation and ligament strain had returned to normal overnight was a bit difficult to explain. Chen Lai scratched his head awkwardly and looked at the extremely precious records again. He gritted his teeth and said to Hu Xiaoheng, Hu Xiao, look at these records and then destroy them. Why should I destroy them? Hu Xiaoheng calmly took them and glanced at them. He quickly crumpled them into a ball. Burn them. He looked at the equipment again. Are there any records in these equipment? There should be, but I can't read them. Chen Lai took off his glasses and rubbed them nervously. The equipment company can read them. Hu Xiaoheng confirmed again as he walked to the side of the equipment and began fiddling with the buttons. Yes, it should be. Chen Lai's forehead beaded with sweat again. He was truly certain that these records absolutely could not be made public. He couldn't even let the people in the Supreme Military Council know about it. Once this matter was leaked, Gu Ninji's free life would definitely end. That's good. Hu Xiaoheng said as his fingers deftly fiddled with the power cords of the equipment. Finally, he pulled out 2 wires, one red and one green, and matched them together. With a sizzling sound, all the monitoring equipment in the room burned due to a power short circuit. Plumes of black smoke rose, and the smell of burnt power lines quickly filled the entire ward. The fire detector in the room immediately let out a sharp screech. Hu Xiaoheng turned to ask Chen Lai, can Ninji get up now? Gu Ninji's spine was injured and originally couldn't be moved. She would have to lie in bed for 10 days to half a month. However, after observing Gu Ninji's recovery from last night, Chen Lai only gestured and opened his mouth to say weakly, you can try. The sound of the fire detectors continued, and the sound of footsteps could already be heard outside the door. It was the guards and hospital personnel coming to put out the fire. Hu Xiaoheng made a prompt decision and bent down to untie all the belts holding Gu Ninji in place. He then picked her up. Ninji, bear with it. I'll take you home. With that, he quickly carried her out of the room and walked towards the elevator. Chen Lai rushed out behind him. A group of firefighters in firefighting uniforms brushed past them. They rushed into the ward with fire extinguishers and sprayed the equipment that was emitting black smoke. When Hu Xiaoheng carried Gu Ninji into the elevator, he raised his eyes to look at the ward directly opposite the elevator. The white foam from the fire extinguisher was everywhere, decorating the entire ward like a snow-covered cave. Chen Lai stood beside him and said angrily, what are you looking at? Do you know how expensive these equipment are? They're ruined just like that. I'll pay for it, Hu Xiaoheng said briefly. A full set of Swiss medical equipment, brand new. I'll personally pay for it. I won't let the country suffer any losses. Ha, I was waiting for you to say that. Chen Lai happily punched Hu Xiaoheng's arm. I've wanted to get new equipment for a long time. Thanks to Nianji, I've also gotten a new one. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at him and was about to speak when he felt a small force tugging at his collar. He looked down to see that Gu Nianji had already woken up. She stared at him with a pair of large, comic book eyes and said weakly, "Put me down." "I'm fine." Hu Xiaoheng still didn't speak because Chen Lai had already asked, "Nianji, your back doesn't hurt anymore? Can you feel it? Or maybe move it slightly?" Gu Nianji wrapped her arms around Hu Xiaoheng's neck and twisted in his arms to snuggle into a more comfortable position. "It doesn't hurt anymore. I'm just so tired. My bones are sore." "Then it's fine. This is a normal reaction after a high fever." Chen Lai almost danced with joy. The corners of his mouth were so wide it almost stretched from his left ear to his right. He gave Hu Xiaoheng a look. "It's fine now. Hu Xiao, put her down and walk around on your own." Seeing Hu Xiaoheng's unfriendly look, Chen Lai immediately changed his words. "Let her stand on the ground for a while, just for a while. Then you can carry her back." Hu Xiaoheng looked down to ask for Gu Nianji's opinion. "Can you do it? Don't force yourself. It's fine if you can't move. I'll take care of you." Gu Nianji really didn't feel any discomfort other than soreness all over her body. Chen Lai said she had a high fever last night. This feeling was a normal reaction after a high fever. Gu Nianji coughed and looked up at Hu Xiaoheng. "I can try. This is the first update. I'm begging for monthly and recommendation votes. P.S. I wrote the second update in a hurry yesterday because it was already 2:30 in the middle of the night by the time I finished. I couldn't even keep my eyes open, so I hurriedly uploaded it and went to sleep. I saw the screenshot of the typo sent by Little Meow in the morning, so I immediately corrected it. Everyone can read it after downloading it again. Thank you, Little Meow, for helping me catch the bug. Thank you, everyone, for your keen eyes. Oh, N_N, oh. 7 o'clock in the evening. Chapter 424. Hu Xiaoheng carefully put her down. First, he let her feet touch the ground lightly and didn't use any force. After he was completely sure that her feet were fine, he protected her waist and let her try to stand up. Gu Nianji held his arm and very carefully weighed it on the ground. When she felt that her feet were no different from before, she finally put her weight down and slowly straightened her back and back. She stretched her body. Although even her bones felt numb, she didn't feel the discomfort from yesterday. Her back also didn't feel like it was being pricked by needles when she moved. She looked at her sprained foot and saw that it was no longer swollen. "Brother Chin, your medical skills are amazing. You're amazing." Gu Nianji stretched out her foot and swung it. She was so happy that she copied Ma Chi-Chi and spun around on her tiptoes like she was dancing ballet. Hu Xiaoheng watched her movements without batting an eyelid. His eyes kept sweeping over her ankle. It looked like she really had recovered. Chen Lai looked like he wasn't surprised at all. He looked at Gu Nianji with almost kind eyes, as if she was his child and his proudest work. "Okay, stop dancing." Hu Xiaoheng pursed his lips and walked over to pick Gu Nianji up by her waist. The elevator doors just happened to open, and he carried her out just like that. Gu Nianji was a bit uncomfortable and whispered, "Actually, I can walk by myself, yeah, but you can't leave yet." Hu Xiaoheng's voice wasn't loud, just enough for her and Chen Lai to hear. "You have to remember that your injury hasn't healed yet." Chen Lai and Gu Nianji both froze. It was Chen Lai who reacted quickly and quickly winked. That's right. Your injury hasn't healed yet. It's very serious, very serious. You have to rest at home, Although Gu Nianji didn't understand, Hu Xiaoheng and Qinlai weren't people to joke about such things, so she obediently followed their advice. She hugged Hu Xiaoheng's neck and pretended to be in pain. She looked at Qinlai out of the corner of her eye and said, "Do I have to look like this?" "Yeah, good girly one." Qinlai smiled and praised her. He followed Hu Xiaoheng out of the hospital and to Hu Xiaoheng's official residence. Because Gu Nianji was injured, Hu Xiaoheng couldn't get a stretcher in time, so he carried her all the way back to his official residence. Although the hospital and his official residence were in the same place, this place was bigger than the average place. It would take an ordinary person half an hour to walk there. However, Hu Xiaoheng walked faster than Qinlai, even though he was carrying someone. Hu Xiaoheng carried Gu Nianji into the main entrance of his official residence. Qinlai was still jogging tiredly behind them and finally caught up, panting heavily. He bent over and held his leg as he panted heavily. Hua. Hu Xiao, I see that your body is also quite special. When should I examine it for you? Hu Xiaoheng ignored him and carried Gu Nianji to the second floor. He took her to her room, which was the three-bedroom suite opposite Hu Xiaoheng's master suite. Of course, Qinlai didn't follow. He was burning hot and panting as he went to the kitchen in search of water. After Hu Xiaoheng took Gu Nianji to her room, he immediately went to the bathroom to turn on the water. When he came out, he asked her, "Can you shower by yourself?" Gu Nianji's face instantly flushed. She bit her lip and actually wanted to tease him. "If I can't shower by myself, will you shower for me?" However, seeing Hu Xiaoheng's somewhat anxious expression, she resisted the urge and nodded. "I can shower." Hu Xiaoheng slowly let go and looked at her without moving. His eyes were filled with hidden concern, but he didn't show it at all. Gu Nianji quickly glanced at him, but she couldn't read his emotions from his calm face. "Hu Xiao, did something happen?" Gu Nianji paced back and forth to show that she was indeed fine. She stopped in front of Hu Xiaoheng and waved in front of his eyes. "Are you listening to me?" Hu Xiaoheng held her hand. "Go shower. There are some things that someone needs to take responsibility for." "What responsibility?" Gu Nianji thought about it. "Is it because of Miss Su?" Hu Xiaoheng nodded. "She's made too many mistakes. I've already let it go when she forced us to stop our car last time. I didn't expect her to go even further." Gu Nianji looked down and sighed. "Yeah, I understand." Gu Nianji was unhappy at the thought that Su Piaohong was Hu Xiaoheng's wife. She didn't pretend to be magnanimous and ask Hu Xiaoheng to let Su Piaohong off, but she also didn't add fuel to the fire and ask for Su Piaohong to be severely punished. In any case, what Su Piaohong did probably wasn't a small mistake of her own and was related to work. Hu Xiaoheng's work wasn't something that Gu Nianji could interfere with. She wisely chose to change the topic. She thought about it and looked up with a smile. "Okay, but Hu Xiao still owes me a meal of egg fried rice." She rubbed her stomach and let out a low cry. "I'm so hungry. I think I haven't eaten for a few days." "It's not a few days, it's about a day and a night." Hu Xiaoheng remembered it clearly. "Go take a shower. I'll make you some egg fried rice." Gu Nianji was overjoyed. She instinctively took a few steps forward and naturally wrapped her arms around Hu Xiaoheng's neck. Hu Xiaoheng lowered his head and their lips touched. However, they parted as soon as they touched. They didn't kiss deeply. Gu Nianji let go, but Hu Xiaoheng wrapped his arms around her waist and lowered his head to touch her forehead. He sighed deeply. "Why aren't you kissing me? I want to take a shower." Gu Nianji pushed Hu Xiaoheng's arm. "Also, I haven't even brushed my teeth." "I don't want to continue kissing you." Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. Gu Nianji smiled slyly at him and turned to enter the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water and Gu Nianji's humming could be heard in the bathroom. The corners of Hu Xiaoheng's lips curled up. He walked over and peeked through the crack in the bathroom door to see the hot and fragrant scene. He reached out and gently closed the bathroom door for Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji finished showering and came out of the shower with a towel wrapped around her. Her heart warmed when she saw that the bathroom door was tightly shut. She felt especially considerate. She opened the bathroom door and went to her bedroom to change. She had just blown her hair dry when she heard Hu Xiaoheng's voice coming from the bedroom door. Nianji. The fried rice is ready. It's in your living room. Gu Nianji quickly answered and put down the hairdryer to run out. Hu Xiao, where are you going? Hu Xiaoheng had just walked to the door when he heard Gu Nianji's voice. He stopped and turned to look at her. I still have something to do. Go lie in bed after you finish eating. He then reminded her, you're still recovering. Gu Nianji nodded. However, she remembered that tomorrow was Monday. How would she go to school? Hu Xiao, how long will it take for me to recover? Gu Nianji blinked at Hu Xiaoheng with a knowing look. Hu Xiaoheng smiled. You have to take at least a week off. At that moment, both of them thought of He Zhichu at the same time. If Gu Nianji took a week off, He Zhichu would definitely rush over to ask what was going on. Hu Xiaoheng didn't want to talk about He Zhichu in front of Gu Nianji. He only said vaguely, I'll get Big Xiong to help you take care of things at school. He then pushed the door open and left. Gu Nianji sighed again. However, when she saw the delicious egg fried rice, she forgot everything and happily sat down to eat. Hu Xiaoheng walked downstairs and was about to go to his office to take care of business when Zhao Liangzi called. Hu Xiaoheng put on his Bluetooth headset and asked calmly, what's up? Zhao Liangzi first asked about Gu Nianji's injury. He then said, Hu Xiao, Deputy Chief of Staff Su brought his wife and insisted on visiting Nianji. They said they wanted to apologize to her. I won't see them. Hu Xiaoheng didn't even blink. He clearly refused. Why are you asking me this? Zhao Liangzi smiled bitterly. They came with General Ji. He could refuse Deputy Chief of Staff Su, but he couldn't refuse General Ji. He couldn't make the decision. It was the second watch. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Mwah. O, N_N, O. Chapter 425. Why is General Ji here? Hu Xiaoheng asked. Ask him why he's here, then invite him to the highest security conference room in the base headquarters. Understood. Zhao Liangzi's eyes lit up as he instantly understood Hu Xiaoheng's intentions. Regardless of whether the Su couple really came with General Ji or had coincidentally bumped into him at the door and was brought in by General Ji, as long as General Ji was invited to the highest security conference room in the base headquarters, he would be separated from the Su couple. This way, the Su couple would not be able to point fingers at General Ji and accuse them of disrespecting him. Zhao Liangzi personally came to the entrance of the base and said respectfully to General Ji, Hello, Chief. Hu Xiao said that you could have called if you needed anything. Why did you have to come personally? He's busy right now and can't take the call for now, but Hu Xiao asked me to invite you to conference room number 1. This way, please. He gestured for General Ji to come in. General Ji knew that the number 1 conference room of the Special Operations Forces headquarters was the highest security conference room. There were less than 5 people in the entire empire who could enter it, and it had the highest security procedures. Many people, even those from the Special Operations Forces, were not allowed to take another step within 500 meters of the conference room building. General Ji was very surprised and quickly said, I just came to see Nianji. I heard she was seriously injured. There's no need to go through so much trouble, right? Of course, no matter the reason, General Ji was still very pleased that Hu Xiaoheng was treating him with such high standards. Zhao Liangzi was already prepared and said sternly, "Chief, Hu Xiao has always done things by the book. Don't you know that? You coming to our encampment is the highest standard. No one can fight for it, and no one can say anything wrong." As he spoke, he glanced at Deputy Chief of Staff Su and Mrs. Su, who were standing behind General Ji. The two of them stood behind General Ji with smiles on their faces. Even General Ji's personal secretary and guards were pushed to the back of the group. Zhao Liangzi frowned but did not say anything. He stepped aside and invited General Ji into the car. General Ji nodded and retreated to the side of his private car. The personal secretary standing beside the car quickly opened the door to let him in. General Ji's 3 cars quickly drove into the base and headed towards the conference building. Deputy Chief of Staff Su quickly said to his wife, "Let's get in the car and go in quickly." He had also come in his own car. Of course, his rank was not as high as General Ji's and Hu Xiaoheng's. There was only one driver in his car, and he did not listen to his commands. He was temporarily seconded. Zhao Liangzi raised an eyebrow and stood at the entrance of the encampment with his hands clasped behind his back. He said to the Su couple, "Please show your special pass, otherwise you will not be able to enter." Deputy Chief of Staff Su blushed and got out of the car. "We're just here to see Miss Gu and apologize to her." "Are you Major General Hua's personal secretary, Zhao Liangzi?" Zhao Liangzi looked at him with a faint smile and nodded. "I am Zhao Liangzi. Please show your special pass and don't waste everyone's time. We're just here to visit the patient." Mrs. Su looked very surprised. "Do we need a special pass for this?" "Of course I do. I'm very busy, I don't have time to waste." Zhao Liangzi glanced at his watch. "Deputy Chief of Staff Su, your wife doesn't seem to understand the rules of the Special Operations Forces very well. Please explain it to her. I'll take my leave now." He turned and left. He got into a small car and drove to the encampment's conference room. "Hey! Why are you leaving? I've never seen anything like this. They won't even let us in. What right do they have? We're just here to visit the patient. I don't believe they won't let us in. They're the ones being unreasonable no matter what we say." Deputy Chief of Staff Su's wife was infuriated by Zhao Liangzi's indifferent attitude and was about to barge in. "That's enough." Deputy Chief of Staff Su grabbed his wife's hand and almost covered her mouth. "This is the Special Operations Forces. Do you think you can barge into a place like this? What's wrong with barging in? I'm just here to visit the patient. I don't believe anyone will die if I go in." Mrs. Su was completely enraged. She had always only interacted with the wives of military officers who were of lower rank than her. Recently, she had become closer to General Ji's wife thanks to her daughter, Su Piaohong. Moreover, General Ji's wife was very polite and courteous to her, so she couldn't stand other people being rude to her. She pushed Deputy Chief of Staff Su away and walked in with her head held high. Bang bang. 2 gunshots rang out as 2 bullets landed not far from Mother Su's feet. A voice came out of nowhere and calmly said, "If you take another step forward, you'll be killed regardless." Mrs. Su was stunned for a full minute before she hugged her head and screamed. She was originally a soprano, and this time, she had never been so frightened in her life. Her voice was even more forceful, and her soprano voice soared. The birds in the forest were so frightened that they fluttered and circled around in the sky. Deputy Chief of Staff Su's face was red with embarrassment. He quickly pulled her into his car and ordered the driver, "Hurry up and drive away. Hurry up and drive away." The driver was a soldier, and the disdain on his face was gone. He looked in the rearview mirror and drove away. Mrs. Su grabbed Deputy Chief of Staff Su's collar and trembled the whole way. She asked in a trembling voice, "Did they really shoot just now? How dare they? I'm your wife. You're the Deputy Chief of Staff. How dare they?" Deputy Chief of Staff Su could almost hear the soldier in front of him snickering. He had no choice but to explain to his wife. That's the Special Operations Forces. Their security level is very high, and normal people really can't go in. I originally wanted to go in with General G, and they wouldn't dare stop us. I didn't expect Hu Xiaoheng to be so smart and immediately separate us from General G. You're saying that Major General Hua did it on purpose? Mrs. Su said angrily, but he can't just shoot like that. That doesn't make any sense, does it? If he really is such a rude person, I don't want to marry my daughter to him. Old Su, have a good talk with General G. With Hu Xiaoheng like this, our daughter. Shut up. Deputy Chief of Staff Su's face darkened. He lowered his voice and scolded his wife, "Do you think your daughter is so popular? People are fighting for her. Don't mention this again. Do you think she still has a chance to marry someone like Major General Hua? What's wrong? Didn't we come to apologize? Besides, how can we change the decision of the organization?" Mrs. Su was very confused. It's his problem if he doesn't accept it, not ours. That's enough. When did the organization really say anything about this? Don't use a chicken feather as a token of authority. Deputy Chief of Staff Su couldn't take it anymore. This matter ends here. Don't get involved anymore. Let's go home. Deputy Chief of Staff Su crossed his arms and closed his eyes, not saying another word. Although he was usually obedient to his wife and daughter, he was the one who handled all the important matters. As soon as he put on this expression, his wife didn't dare to say another word. She only muttered, "He actually didn't let us visit him. Who knows what's going on?" Deputy Chief of Staff Su couldn't be bothered with her. He secretly thought to himself that he would wait for General G to come back before he spoke again. The two of them didn't speak again on the way home. When they got home, Su Piaohong heard that they were back. She rushed downstairs and asked anxiously, "Have you seen Gunyanji? Is she pretending to be injured? Who knows if she's pretending? We didn't see her at all." Mrs. Su snorted. "I think you should just ignore her. We'll talk about it when you see her in a few days." Su Piaohong breathed a sigh of relief and patted her chest. That's good, that's good. I knew she was pretending." At that moment, General G had just sat down and had a sip of tea in the highest quality conference room of the Special Operations Forces headquarters. Hu Xiaoheng opened the door and entered. He saluted General G. "Good morning, Chief." "Yes, come and sit." General G pointed to the seat in front of him. "There's something I need to tell you. Be prepared." Hu Xiaoheng sat down calmly and looked at General G steadily. "Is it about Su Piaohong's leak?" "Yes." General G sighed. "Xiaoheng, it's been hard on you." Today, the Supreme Military Council had a special meeting on this matter. I made a self-reflection during the meeting. "General G, this isn't your fault," Hu Xiaoheng said calmly as he took out a report. "This is a summary of the reactions of the major intelligence agencies in the world over the past 2 days. Judging from the reactions from all sides, my identity has been exposed. I can no longer be the chief of the Special Operations Forces." This was the first watch. Asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. 7 p.m. the next watch. Chapter 426. So soon. Although he was mentally prepared, General G still couldn't believe it when the truth was right in front of him. He took the report and began to read it carefully. Hua Xiaoheng didn't make a sound. He poured himself a cup of tea and sipped it slowly, waiting for General G's reaction. After a long time, General G pinched the deep wrinkles between his brows. He said seriously, "This is a very serious matter. We've already considered this during the meeting today. But you can't just give up like this, right? You were the one who founded the Special Operations Forces. Are you willing to abandon it? Xiaoheng, you're already a major general. You can't throw a tantrum like normal people." "General G, I'm telling the truth. I've never thought of giving up." Hua Xiaoheng smiled and shook his head. "I'm used to thinking about the worst-case scenario and making all the arrangements. Then, I'll see how the other party reacts and come up with a response." "You're really not throwing a tantrum?" General G rolled his eyes and looked at Hua Xiaoheng's expression through his reading glasses. "What happened to Su Piaohong was my fault. I'll take the main responsibility. I've already reflected on my actions during the Supreme Council's regular meeting. I can even apologize to you personally." "I really didn't." Hua Xiaoheng stood up. "General G, we're talking about official matters. Although Su Piaohong's matter has caused a lot of trouble for my work, it's not your responsibility. I know what I'm doing." General G looked at Hua Xiaoheng emotionally and nodded. "I'm already very relieved that you're not angry at me because of this. But what happened to the Su family was indeed my fault. I shouldn't have leaked this information to Su Piaohong without doing a thorough background check on her." Hua Xiaoheng remained silent and looked straight ahead. His expression was neither sad nor happy, so it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. General G continued, "The organization is taking your marriage very seriously. They'll definitely be stricter in the future. You have to be mentally prepared." Hua Xiaoheng said calmly, "I hope that the organization can consider the uniqueness of my work and let me choose a suitable wife." This was an expression of his distrust of General G and the rest of the organization. If he had said something like that before the Su Piaohong incident, General G would have definitely scolded him and told him to listen to them. The military would then pick the most suitable wife for him. However, since something like this had happened and caused serious consequences, he had no choice but to consider Hua Xiaoheng's suggestion. "Do you have an idea?" General G asked Hua Xiaoheng through his reading glasses. "I'm telling you, you have to think twice before you act on some people. If you don't want to progress further, then make your own decision." "General G, I don't think my personal problems will conflict with my career." Hua Xiaoheng knew that he couldn't produce any concrete evidence to convince General G, so he didn't continue. He naturally changed the topic and talked about work. He took a step back, picked up the remote control, and dimmed the lights in the conference room. A huge screen appeared on the wall opposite them. Soon, the screen began to show the information about the intelligence agencies of various countries. Hua Xiaoheng sat beside General G and said calmly, "The Special Operations Forces is a special organization within the special organizations of the military. The identities of the Special Operations Forces members have always been kept secret. It's even more secretive than the American CIA, British MI5, Israel's Mossad, and Russia's Federal Security Service. It's never officially acknowledged by the country." General G nodded. "But the country and its people haven't forgotten your contributions. For the sake of the country, our Special Operations Forces members are spread all over the world. We've made many achievements, but they're only recorded in the Military Supreme Council's Book of Achievements and displayed in the Special Operations Forces Hall of Fame. Yes, but because of Su Piaohong's recklessness, the cloak of an organization like this was practically ripped off." Hua Xiaoheng's voice was slightly agitated, perfectly showing his anger. General G breathed a sigh of relief. This was the Hua Xiaoheng he knew. The Hu Xiaoheng, who was too calm and cool, was really hard to get used to. He understood Hu Xiaoheng's feelings very well. The identity of the most mysterious leader of the Special Operations Forces had been revealed in front of everyone just like that. Many years of hard work had been for nothing, and no one could face it calmly. Xiaoheng, I know, but you can't resign, and you can't leave the Special Operations Forces. General Ji patted the back of his hand. I only trust you. The entire Military Supreme Council had a special meeting today to discuss this, and everyone only trusts you. The Special Operations Forces was too important. It required a lot of technical skills, and the ability of the commanding personnel was very high. Up until now, Hu Xiaoheng was the only person who had the ability to match the scope of the Special Operations Forces authority. At the same time, his personal character was also trusted by the Military Supreme Council. Moreover, because he was still young, not even 30 years old, the military's higher-ups had never thought of finding someone else to replace him immediately. They all thought that Hu Xiaoheng would personally groom his successor in the Special Operations Forces. Who knew that Su Piaohong's rash actions not only put Hu Xiaoheng in a difficult position, but also disrupted the Military Supreme Council's pace? It was not that they weren't angry. General Ji, who was in the eye of the storm, was also the target of everyone's attention, and his days were not going to be easy. Fortunately, Hu Xiaoheng was personally groomed by him, and his feelings for him were deeper than anyone else's. General Ji would never allow Hu Xiaoheng to resign. General Ji, I don't need to elaborate on the severity of this matter. They may not be completely sure of my true identity. Hu Xiaoheng calmly pointed at the intelligence agencies on the screen. But it's impossible for them not to confirm such a big lead. So I can show General Ji what they're going to do next. Hu Xiaoheng picked up the remote control again, and changed to another video to show General Ji. If I were them, and wanted to use this video as a lead to find the leader of the Special Operations Forces, this is what I would do. Hu Xiaoheng raised his hand and pressed a few buttons, and a few options appeared on the screen. First, find someone to get close to Su Piaohong, and get the most detailed first-hand information from her. Anyone who has watched the video will be able to do it. Hu Xiaoheng said calmly without any expression on his face, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. In other words, he was implying that Su Piaohong had no sense of confidentiality, that she was stupid, and that it was easier to get information out of her. The corner of General Ji's mouth twitched. He glanced at Hu Xiaoheng and thought to himself that his heart had softened with age. When he heard about Hu Xiaoheng's punishment for Su Piaohong, his heart wrenched. Hu Xiaoheng nodded at General Ji. Second, find someone to infiltrate the Special Operations Forces. I can't say that we don't have people from other countries here, but I can guarantee that foreign spies won't be able to infiltrate the important departments under strict control. General Ji clenched his fists and frowned. Really? That's terrible. He waved his hand at Hu Xiaoheng. Stop for a moment. I'll have someone take care of something. Hu Xiaoheng pressed the pause button, and the lights in the conference room came back on. General Ji took out his phone to make a call but realized there was no signal. He couldn't help but glance at Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng smiled. General Ji, did you forget? The year before last, the military decided to store all cell phones during meetings. They can't be carried around. I didn't forget. But are we in a meeting? General Ji laughed. Forget it, I'm just asking for it. Do you have an internal line here? Cell phones couldn't be used, but the landline could. Yes, this way. Hu Xiaoheng passed the landline to General Ji. General Ji dialed his own number and told his personal secretary in front of Hu Xiaoheng, get someone to apply for an arrest warrant. Su Piaohong needs to be arrested immediately and locked up in solitary confinement. Before this matter is resolved, no one is allowed to visit her. Also, Deputy Chief of Staff Su and his wife need to be placed under house arrest as well. Don't take them away, just keep them in their homes. Anyone who wants to come into contact with the Su couple is to be brought to the Special Operations Forces. After hanging up, General Ji turned to Hu Xiaoheng. The Su family has been dealt with. Su Piaoheng has been arrested according to the law and her parents have been placed under house arrest. When you're done here, you can start the trial on Su Piaoheng's case of leaking classified information. Also, Deputy Chief of Staff Su needs to transfer back to his post. Hu Xiaoheng didn't reply. The personnel transfer in the military wasn't within his jurisdiction. He had no right to interfere and didn't want to say anything. Also, General Ji turned to look at him and smiled. The Army Supreme Council has decided to promote you to Deputy Secretary General of the Standing Committee of the Army Supreme Council. That means you'll be my rightful deputy. This position had always been reserved for the chairman of the Army Supreme Council. For example, General Ji had been promoted from this position many years ago. Hu Xiaoheng was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect General Ji to promote him. Your position as the head of the Special Operations Forces will be announced to the public soon. General Ji said unexpectedly. But that's just a facade. It's for outsiders to see. In reality, you'll still be the head of the Special Operations Forces. You'll still be here. It was the second watch. Asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 427. So, this was a covert plan. Or could it be that the real was illusory and the illusory was real? This was turning him into a covert operation again. Hu Xiaoheng frowned slightly. I don't understand. What rules does the military have? It's like this. The military has discussed this for a long time. The Special Operations Forces is too important. Although other countries might know about your identity, they probably won't expect us to play along with them. General Ji said with a smile as he gently tapped his fingers on the oval conference table. Now that you've been publicly dismissed, those people won't focus on you anymore. At the same time, we'll release a few suitable candidates. Of course, it'll be in the form of a secret discussion, but you also know that people hate the word secret the most. They'll do everything they can to find that secret, and you'll be able to stay out of it. That works too. Hu Xiaoheng tilted his head. But we have to plan this carefully. Otherwise, we won't be able to hide it from those old foxes, the CIA and Mossad. Israel's Mossad had done this a long time ago. Hu Xiaoheng's master in Mossad was an expert in this kind of covert operation. Of course. We definitely can't decide such an important matter with just one sentence. But you said that other countries also know about this method. What should we do? General Ji was also in a difficult position. He wasn't an intelligence officer, and he was used to doing things openly. He knew about the people and things that were guarding in the dark, but he didn't understand them. Hu Xiaoheng looked at General Ji and bowed slightly. If General Ji doesn't mind, I have an idea. What idea? General Ji hurried him. Hurry up and tell me. I can do both, but I want complete autonomy over personnel. Whether it's soldiers on missions or civilian staff, everyone who wants to enter the Special Operations Forces must be nominated by the Special Operations Forces and submitted to the Supreme Military Council for approval. If we don't nominate anyone, outsiders can't bring up the matter of being transferred to the Special Operations Forces. Hu Xiaoheng's voice deepened. This request was obviously targeted at Su Piaoheng, and it wasn't just Su Piaoheng. The personnel relations in the Special Forces were very complicated, and Hu Xiaoheng could only manage the Special Forces soldiers on missions. Many other departments in the military could interfere with the civilian staff. For example, most of the people in the legal department were the eyes and ears of the various military organizations in the Special Operations Forces, including the head of the legal department, Bayuran. How could she not be General G's eyes and ears? However, this kind of thing could only be done and not said. It was fine as long as everyone was aware of it. In the past, Hu Xiaoheng didn't care that these people were in the Special Operations Forces. After all, the most confidential information wasn't accessible to these civilian staff. But now, he realized that although these people didn't have access to the most confidential information, a small leak could lead to unexpected consequences. Since the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces had moved to the imperial capital, more and more people were trying to get their hands dirty. Who was Su Piaohong? She was just the daughter of the Deputy Chief of Staff of the Operations Department of some military region, and that Deputy Chief of Staff was only a regimental officer. How could he have the ability to transfer his daughter from the police department to the Special Operations Forces, a national organization with the highest level of security? There must be someone working behind the scenes, and this person's rank was not low at all. Of course, Hu Xiaoheng also knew that this person was definitely not General Ji. Otherwise, he wouldn't have put in so many good words for Su Piaohong. General Ji was obviously being used as a target to divert attention. Looking at General Ji's increasingly serious expression, Hu Xiaoheng took a sip of tea and said, for example, the transfer of personnel in the legal department of the Special Operations Forces is directly handled by the military. General Ji, you have to think carefully. What kind of people are there? Otherwise, why would you let Bai Yueran be the head of the legal department? Now, with Su Piaohong's incident, with her father's ability, do you think he has the ability to transfer his daughter from the police department to the Special Operations Forces just like that? Bai Yueran was also someone General Ji trusted, which was why she was sent to lead the legal department. General Ji was no fool, of course, given that he was in this position. It only took a moment for him to realize that he had been used as a cover. He suddenly felt suffocated. If it weren't for the fact that he had cultivated himself over the years and didn't have the fiery temper he used to have, he might have rushed out with a gun and shot that person. This is ridiculous. I'm really old and muddle-headed. I've been trying to kill the goose, but in the end, the goose pecked my eye. General Ji slammed the table in anger. If I find out who's behind this, I'll shoot him. Old Ji, please calm down, old Ji. Hu Xiaoheng had a faint smile on his face as he poured General Ji a cup of tea. Have some tea to calm your anger. General Ji suppressed his anger and took a sip of tea. The faint scent of sandalwood gradually soothed his nervous and angry emotions. Hu Xiaoheng didn't say anything and waited quietly for General Ji to calm down. After a long while, General Ji closed his eyes and sighed deeply. He nodded slightly and said, Xiaoheng, since you're being honest today, I'll be honest with you. Do you know why I was so anxious to introduce a wife to you? He opened his eyes and stared at Hu Xiaoheng without moving. He didn't even blink. Hu Xiaoheng grunted and nodded. I guessed a little. Yes, it's because of that girl, Gu Nianji. General Ji touched the few remaining strands of hair on his head. I can tell that you treat her differently, but her background is unknown. She can't pass the background check, and the organization can't agree to her marrying you. Also, General Ji paused and glanced at Hu Xiaoheng again. He looked away and said awkwardly, she grew up with you. If something happened between you and her, do you know what people would say about you? Do you still care about your personal morals? If he wanted to rise, personal morals were a very important indicator. Otherwise, his career would stop here. Hu Xiaoheng said calmly, I don't think my personal morals have anything to do with this. I don't have a wife or a girlfriend. She doesn't have a husband or a boyfriend. If we get together in the future, it'll be a natural thing. It doesn't violate any moral rules. If people make irresponsible remarks because of this, I'll also speak the truth. He looked at General G and said slowly, it's none of their business. If they don't agree, they can die. Pfft. General G spat out a mouthful of tea and splattered the oval conference table. He quickly wiped it with a napkin on the table and laughed until he couldn't breathe. He pointed at Hu Xiaoheng for a long time before saying, "Oh you were acting like a gentleman just now, and now you're doing this again. I thought you were different from those ruffian soldiers, but now it looks like there's no difference." The corners of Hu Xiaoheng's lips curled up. There was a faint smile in his eyes, and his voice was still steady and deep. He said very sincerely, "So, old G, don't worry. I won't do anything that the organization can't pass. As for Gu Nianji, she's already an adult, so you can let her choose for herself. We've been investigating her background, and I'll tell old G that there's been a major breakthrough recently. It'll be soon." "Oh. Are you serious?" General G was stunned by the news. He grabbed Hu Xiaoheng's hand and asked anxiously, "Is it true? Is it true? Is it true?" Hu Xiaoheng nodded. "I usually don't say things that I'm not 100% sure of. Now that you're forcing me, old G, I'm only letting it out. Then can her family background pass the background check?" General G had wasted all his years as a general if he still didn't understand what Hu Xiaoheng meant. He didn't have any other requests now. As long as Gu Nianji's family background was clean and could be investigated, then there wouldn't be any problems. If our direction is correct, her family background is clean, and her father may have made great contributions to our country, so you don't have to worry. Hu Xiaoheng finally broke his own rule and revealed a piece of unconfirmed news. Thinking about it carefully, the only 3 exceptions he had made in his life seemed to be related to Gu Nianji. Hu Xiaoheng tilted his head slightly and put aside the fleeting thought in his mind. He focused on General G and waited for his reply. "That's great." General G patted Hu Xiaoheng's shoulder. "The engine blueprints she brought back that time were already very beneficial to us. Looks like she's really from a scholarly family. I think she's just like your grandfather's family. You guys are a good match." Ha 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 ha. General G's thoughts turned quickly. In the blink of an eye, he went from opposing to supporting. Hu Xiaoheng smiled slightly. He knew that General G was also making up for the troubles and losses caused by Su Piaohong. That was why he was exaggerating. He didn't take it to heart and emphasized to General G again, "I want the Special Operations Forces to have full autonomy over personnel. This power belongs to the commander of the Special Operations Forces. If I don't do it, someone else will have full autonomy over personnel. This kind of organization shouldn't be a vegetable garden where anyone could come and go as they pleased." This was the first night watch. Asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Especially recommendation votes. Recommendation votes on Monday were very important. Thank you for subscribing, voting, and tipping. 7 p.m. The second night watch. Chapter 428. General G listened for a long time without making a sound. Personnel authority was the most sensitive and important authority within the organization. In his position, he not only had to consider how to delegate it, but also whether it could be taken back in the future. But according to Hu Xiaoheng, this authority would forever remain within the Special Operations Forces, especially in the hands of the head of the Special Operations Forces. This wasn't an easy thing to do. General G said slowly, "I can't make the decision on this matter. You also know that power is about checks and balances. If you have such absolute authority over personnel appointments, it's very easy to create an imbalance." Hu Xiaoheng had already expected General G to say this. He smiled and proposed a solution. Actually, it's very simple to balance things out. My position as the head of the Special Operations Forces was appointed by the Supreme Military Council, and only by the Supreme Military Council. Isn't this the end of it? You have absolute personnel authority over me, and I have absolute personnel authority over the organizations under my jurisdiction. We have clear targets of authority and responsibility. For a secret organization, this is the safest way. General G was tempted. Yes, your appointment can indeed be executed by the Supreme Military Council. That's not bad, very good. I'll go back and discuss it with them. They should be able to accept this result. Of course they would. Hu Xiaoheng was very clear about the minds of the Supreme Military Council's big shots. They were all a group of people with a strong desire to control everything and everyone in the palm of their hands. Of course, their general direction was still for the benefit of the nation, so it wasn't a bad thing to have a strong desire for control. Hu Xiaoheng gave them a chance to have absolute control over him, and he had to write this opportunity into official rules and regulations. These big shots would definitely be at ease, and they wouldn't be afraid that Hu Xiaoheng would treat the Special Operations Forces as his own just because he had complete personnel authority. After discussing business, General Ji finally asked about Gu Nianji. I heard she sprained her ankle and injured her spine. Is it serious? General Ji stood up and walked out of the conference room with Hu Xiaoheng. I want to see her. Is that okay? General Ji said he wanted to see Gu Nianji, and he used such a humble tone. Of course, Hu Xiaoheng couldn't say no. He nodded and led General Ji downstairs to his official residence. He waved as he said, last night was the most dangerous. She had a fever all night, but Qinlai was there the whole time to set her bones. The fever only subsided this morning, but she still can't get up. She might have to stay in bed for a while. It's that serious. It's not good to hurt your spine at such a young age. General Ji didn't ask any more questions when he heard it was Qinlai's diagnosis. Hu Xiaoheng wasn't afraid of them checking. After all, the two orthopedic surgeons who had set Gu Nianji's bones back together had provided circumstantial evidence. The X-ray and MRI results from that time were all there. None of them were fake. Of course, only the result was fishy. Other than Hu Xiaoheng and Qinlai, no one else would be able to see through it. They wouldn't even be able to guess it. Therefore, Hu Xiaoheng calmly brought General Ji to visit Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji received the news in advance and was already lying in bed. Her back was actually fine, but because of the unusually high fever, her whole body was sore, as if her spine was injured and she couldn't move. Hello, Chief. Hello, Chief. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi loudly saluted General Ji at the door of Gu Nianji's suite. This was also a reminder to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji quickly straightened up. She was a little nervous, and tiny beads of sweat appeared on the tip of her nose. Her little face was slightly red, but it looked more like the embers of a high fever. General Ji entered Gu Nianji's suite with Hu Xiaoheng's two personal secretaries following behind. They were actually his personal bodyguards. Zhao Liangzi and Yin Shixiang stood at the door and didn't enter. When they reached Gu Nianji's bedroom, Hu Xiaoheng looked at General Ji's two personal secretaries and said calmly, "Would you two like to wait at the door? It's a young lady's bedroom. It's not very appropriate for so many grown men to go in together." General Ji nodded and said to his two personal secretaries, "You two wait at the door. I'll go in and have a few words with Nianji before I come out." "Yes, Chief." The two personal secretaries quickly agreed. Hu Xiaoheng turned around and knocked on the door. He said in a low voice, "Nianji. General Ji is here to see you. We're coming in." Gu Nianji didn't make a sound and stared at the door. After a while, the bedroom door opened with a creak, and Hu Xiaoheng's tall figure appeared in front of her. Gu Nianji's face was even redder, and even the rims of her eyes were tinted with a faint blush. Her face was like cherry blossoms blowing against the snow, and she looked even more delicate than her usual lively self. Hua Xiaoheng felt his heart heat up when he glanced at her. He quickly looked down and didn't dare to look again. He moved to the side and said, "General Ji, this way." General Ji walked in, and Hua Xiaoheng closed the door behind him to block the prying eyes of the two personal secretaries. Gu Nianji was very embarrassed. She had never been like this before. General Ji was a very kind person. He walked over and bent over to Gu Nianji, who was lying motionless on the bed. "Nianji, do you still remember me?" Gu Nianji blinked to show that she remembered and whispered, "You're General Ji." "Yes, you can just call me Uncle Ji," General Ji said gently. "I heard you sprained your ankle and injured your spine. I'm here on behalf of the Supreme Military Council to see you. I hope you can recover soon." Gu Nianji's face was red, and her eyes were misty. She looked like she was about to cry. Thank you, General Ji. I really don't deserve it." General Ji thought Gu Nianji's touched expression was very cute, and his heart skipped a beat. He wanted to get information from her. What's there to not deserve? You took down our most powerful Major General Hua, and you're saying you don't deserve it? Gu Nianji was speechless. Oh my! What was going on? She looked at General Ji with a confused expression. She looked at General Ji, then at Hua Xiaoheng, and asked in confusion, "Uncle Ji, what are you talking about? Hua Xiao is so powerful. I can't beat him, so how can I take him down?" "Oh. Ha 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 ha. You're such an interesting girl." General Ji stood up and laughed. "You really can't beat Xiaoheng. If you can beat him, you're not human, you're Superman." Gu Nianji smiled. "Superman is a man. I'm a woman. I'm not Superman." Yes. Our Nianji is the best." General Ji praised her with a smile. "Smart, quick-witted, and adaptable. You grew up with Xiaoheng, so you understand a lot of things without saying." As General Ji spoke, he patted Hua Xiaoheng's shoulder. He didn't say anything. Hua Xiaoheng stood beside General Ji and didn't say anything. There was a faint smile on his lips as he watched General Ji talk to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji didn't say much before showing a tired expression. She sighed deeply. General Ji immediately said, "Are you tired? I just wanted to see you." "Sigh, you're still young. Nothing must happen to your spine." As he spoke, he ordered Hua Xiaoheng, "You must find the best doctor to treat Nianji's injury." Hua Xiaoheng nodded calmly. "With Chen Lai around, I don't have to worry. Chen Lai is a national champion, but does he know orthopedics?" General Ji was a bit hesitant when he thought about it. Hua Xiaoheng didn't let General Ji lead him astray. Instead, he reached out to turn off the bedroom lights and said to Gu Nianji, "We're leaving. Go to sleep. Press the bell if you need anything. There's someone waiting outside." As soon as the bedroom lights were turned off, it was dark even in broad daylight. Gu Nianji watched Hua Xiaoheng turn and leave in the dark. She was reluctant to part with him and hoped that he would turn around to look at her. However, Hua Xiaoheng didn't turn around and left with General Ji. The sound of the door slamming came from outside. Gu Nianji knew they had gone out. Not long after, Yin Shixiang poked his head in with a smile. "Nianji, what do you want to eat? I'll get someone to prepare it for you." Gu Nianji was a bit depressed. She shook her head and said, "No need. I want to sleep." "Okay, you sleep first. You can eat with Hua Xiao when he comes back tonight." Yin Shixiang could see that Gu Nianji wasn't in a good mood. He thought it might be because of her pain and sympathized with her. Seeing that she had closed her eyes to sleep, Yin Shixiang carefully closed the door and left. When she reached the hallway, she heard Zhao Liangzi call Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiao. Professor, he couldn't get through to Nianji's phone, so he was getting anxious. What do you think? On the other end of the line, Hua Xiaoheng said expressionlessly through the Bluetooth headset, have Nianji call Professor He and tell him she's injured. Also, ask for a week's leave. Gu Nianji had just closed her eyes when Zhao Liangzi rushed into the bedroom and woke her up. Nianji, can you talk to Professor He? Gu Nianji finally remembered that she had promised He Zhichu. She couldn't help but feel a headache coming on, but she had no choice. After all, she was the one who broke her promise first. Also, He Zhichu was too powerful. Although Gu Nianji could keep her distance from him, she didn't want to completely fall out with him. Her intuition told her that if they had a falling out, Hua Xiaoheng would be the one to suffer. Brother Zai, give me the phone. I'll video call Professor He. After Zhao Liangzi left, Gu Nianji looked at her black t-shirt and pajamas. She got up from the bed and put on a coral pink Egyptian cotton pajama. She went back to bed and raised her phone to call He Zhichu. This is the second watch. Asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Especially recommendation votes. Recommendation votes on Monday are very important. Thank you all for subscribing, voting, and tipping. Mwah. Chapter 429. He Zhichu's phone quickly connected, but Gu Nianji didn't know where he was. She could even hear the wind whistling in her ears. He Zhichu's cold voice seemed to come from a faraway place. It was like an icicle on a cold night, with a piercing warmth. Gu Nianji, have you forgotten everything you promised me? Professor He. Gu Nianji felt uncomfortable after being scolded by He Zhichu. I have a reason. What kind of reason? You better tell me now. I'm about to arrive at the Special Operations Forces headquarters. I'll wait at the door to see when you'll come out. He Zhichu's voice was squeezed out through clenched teeth. Gu Nianji could even imagine his extreme rage, the veins on his forehead bulging. What? You're on your way. Gu Nianji sat up in shock. You're coming to the Special Operations Forces headquarters? Can't I? Since you didn't call or give me any information, I had no choice but to come see you in person. He Zhichu didn't want to talk about how he had endured the past 2 days. He only had one thought now, and that was to see Gu Nianji with his own eyes. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to relax. Professor He, where are you? Gu Nianji paused and naturally used her negotiation skills to change the subject. Is it inconvenient for you to talk outside? It's convenient for me to talk. I can talk to you at any time. He Zhichu closed his eyes and gripped the steering wheel tightly as he sped towards the Special Operations Forces headquarters. His expression was grim and his eyes were filled with anger. He was like a barrel of gunpowder that was about to explode. Gu Nianji choked and smiled sheepishly. Professor He, don't be like this. You really scared me. Hearing her voice, He Zhichu's anxious heart finally calmed down after 2 days. He had vented most of his anger after yelling just now. The only thing he was worried about was Gu Nianji's health. That's enough to scare you. You don't seem that timid. He Zhichu snorted and slammed on the brakes to slow down the speeding car. Professor He, I'm fine. I'm really fine. Gu Nianji panicked and opened the FaceTime video on her phone. Professor He, look, I'm perfectly fine. It was my fault yesterday. I promised to call you, but I forgot. Gu Nianji felt a little guilty and tried to smile at the camera. He Zhichu held the steering wheel with one hand and accepted the call with the other. He saw Gu Nianji's face appear on the phone screen. He Jichu scanned Gu Nianji's surroundings and frowned. You're on the bed. Gu Nianji sat on the bed and raised the phone to face herself. She smiled and said, as you can see, I did have a reason. I injured my spine, and I just had surgery yesterday. I've been unconscious since then. I just woke up today, but I still can't move. He Jichu looked at her silently for a while before saying slowly. Really? He really couldn't get up. Why do I remember that you injured your foot? Gu Nianji was about to smile and say, of course it's the feet, and also the back, when she suddenly remembered what He Jichu had said to her the other day before she had the X-ray. It's best to have your ligaments checked. If there's a problem with the ligaments, it needs to be treated immediately. Otherwise, it won't recover. Chen Lai also said calmly to her, Nianji, did you injure the ligaments in your ankle before? It shows that your ankle ligaments do have traces of old injuries. Gu Nianji finally found the direction and answer to the strange feeling she'd been having for the past 2 days. She blurted out, Professor He, how did you know that my ankle ligaments have old injuries? He Jichu didn't answer directly. He looked at her again and ended the video call. He put on his Bluetooth headset and asked her coldly as he drove, is your back really injured? Gu Nianji blinked and realized that He Jichu had avoided her question. She looked at the black screen in her hand and pouted. Of course it's true. How could it be fake? I couldn't get out of bed because of the pain. If I hadn't discovered it in time, I might have been paralyzed in bed for the rest of my life. He Jichu snorted and said dryly, you? Paralyzed in bed? That's the biggest joke in the world. Gu Nianji felt even more strange. Why can't I be paralyzed in bed? It's human nature to grow old and die of illness. I accidentally hit my back and injured my spine. If it weren't for the doctor's brilliant medical skills, I really wouldn't have been able to get out of bed. She paused and continued in a fawning tone, but I'm fine now. Professor He, you can go back. I'm really fine. But... She remembered that Hu Xiaoheng wanted her to take 2 more weeks of leave and couldn't help but sigh. What should she do? She was stuck in a loop of logic. If she insisted that she was fine, then she had no reason to ask for 2 weeks of sick leave. But if she said that her injury was serious and she needed to rest for 2 weeks, then He Jichu wouldn't give up. He would definitely come to the Special Operations Forces headquarters to see her. She also knew that He Jichu would never be able to enter. So they were going to leave him alone outside. That didn't seem very appropriate. After all, he was her instructor. They still had 2.5 years to go. What should she do? But what? He Jichu pressed her. What else are you hesitating about? I'm only here to check on your injury. There's nothing else. Professor He, you can't enter this place. Gu Nianji gritted her teeth. I'd better get up to see you. Can you stop 100 yards from the main entrance and tell me the license plate number? I'll come out to see you myself, okay? He Jichu was silent. He thought about it for a while and turned the steering wheel with a squeak. He drove to the shoulder of the road and stopped. It would be much easier to make a video call. Gu Nianji, tell me the truth. Is your spine really injured? He Jichu stared at the phone screen. He wished his eyes were X-rays and could see through Gu Nianji's heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys to see the condition of her bones. It's true. Gu Nianji nodded very sincerely. I have X-rays. If you want to see them, I'll take a picture when you get back and send it to your phone. Is that okay? But you're fine now, right? He Jichu confirmed it again. On the phone screen, Gu Nianji had red lips and white teeth. Under the light, her skin was snow-white and delicate. Even with a magnifying glass, he couldn't see any flaws. It was like a kind of kiln-made cherry powder porcelain from his hometown. It had a more translucent pink texture than white jade. Usually, only the most meticulously cared for babies would have such delicate, flawless, snow-white skin. People with this kind of skin color shouldn't be seriously injured to the point of not being able to get out of bed. I'm really fine now. As Gu Nianji spoke, she raised the phone and got out of bed. She walked around the bedroom a few times. Look, aren't I very normal? And my ankle. As Gu Nianji spoke, she swept her feet side by side for He Ji-chu to see. She said proudly, "Can you see which foot is dislocated? It was swollen yesterday, but it's fine today." He Ji-chu's phone screen showed a pair of similarly pink feet. Her toes were round and plump, like an enlarged baby's foot. It made people want to take a bite. He Ji-chu looked away and breathed a sigh of relief uncomfortably. Your left foot is recovering well. Remember to watch where you're going next time. Don't walk backwards. You don't have eyes on your back, so you'll end up like this if you hit it. Gu Nianji giggled. I know, Professor He. You're so good to me. It's my blessing to have a mentor like you. Thank you. She became more polite to He Ji-chu. She thanked him left and right, and the distance between them grew wider and wider. He Ji-chu said indifferently, You're welcome. You can rest for 2 weeks and come back to school after that. Gu Nianji was overjoyed. She didn't expect He Ji-chu to relent so easily. She felt that she had gone too far. She quickly said, Professor He, thank you so much. You don't know how important these 2 weeks are to me. He Ji-chu's fingers tapped lightly on the steering wheel. His eyes were cold as he said dryly, but you have to promise me one thing. Gu Nianji asked, What thing? She was celebrating too early. How could He Ji-chu be so easily dismissed? I have a document. I'll send it to you first. Sign it and fax it to me. He Ji-chu said as he sent the power of attorney to Gu Nianji's email. Gu Nianji opened the email on her phone and quickly glanced at the power of attorney. She froze. It turned out to be a legal power of attorney. He Ji-chu wanted to be her full legal representative. He had the right to help her sue others. Of course, when others sued her, He Ji-chu would also be her lawyer. This was the first night watch. Asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. 7:00 the next night. P.S. It's the end of the year. I'm very busy. I can only try to guarantee 2 nights. Oh, intersection. Oh. Wax. Chapter 430. Gu Nianji looked at the letter of authorization and thought about it for a long time. She paced around the room with her phone in hand before returning to the bed. Leaning against the pillow, she said to He Ji-chu in a roundabout way, Professor He, I don't need a legal representative at the moment. You know that I'm a law student. Although you're a lawyer and a law PhD, many people can't even dream of having you as their legal representative. But you don't want to. He Ji-chu cut her off, his expression growing paler. He looked out the window at the rolling traffic, then up at the clear blue sky. Pigeon whistles sounded in the air, and a flock of white pigeons fluttered into the sky. Everything was so perfect, except that she wasn't by his side. Gu Nianji hesitated as she thought about how to convince He Ji-chu. She didn't want to sign such an agreement, but she also didn't want to reject him so rudely like before. Growing up was learning to hide one's emotions. Gu Nianji felt like she was already an adult and couldn't act like a child and vent her emotions without restraint. He Ji-chu waited for a while and saw that Gu Nianji wasn't saying anything. He thought he understood what she meant. He silently turned off his phone and ended the call. He sat alone in the car, his expression as indifferent as a statue. Although he was extremely beautiful, he was lifeless. He sat alone in the car for a very, very long time. Beside him were the rolling traffic on the highway, and he sat there alone, like a passerby in this boundless mortal world. So much bustling and bustling past him, but not an inch of it belonged to him. What once belonged to him couldn't be kept, no matter what he did. Finally, he leaned against the steering wheel and buried his head in his arms, unmoving. After an unknown amount of time, a police car stopped behind his car. A traffic policeman walked over and knocked on his window. "Sir, are you all right?" He Ji-Chu was driving the extremely flashy Maserati. When the policeman saw the car, he knew the person inside was either rich or of high status, so he was very careful not to get into trouble. He Ji-Chu slowly straightened up from the steering wheel and turned to look at the policeman. He shook his head indifferently. "I'm a bit tired, so I'm going to rest by the side of the road. I'm leaving now." He started the car as he spoke. The traffic policeman quickly said, "If you're tired, find a hotel to rest. Don't drive when you're tired." He Ji-Chu's eyes were dark, and his face was frighteningly pale. His eyes were bloodshot, and it was obvious that he had stayed up all night and lacked sleep. The traffic policeman was a little worried about his safety, so he drove the police car behind his car at a moderate pace. He followed him all the way to the south gate of B University before turning around and going back. When He Ji-Chu returned to campus, the first thing he did was to post on the official website of the Faculty of Law that the recruitment test for teaching assistants would be delayed. He said that due to personal reasons, he had to go back to the United States and would be back in 2 weeks. He Ji-Chu left as soon as he said he would. He only took his passport and wallet with him. He didn't bring anything else with him as he boarded the next direct flight to New York. The news of him leaving the country quickly reached Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng didn't speak for a long time as he read Zhao Liang's report. Yin Shixiang crossed his legs and leaned against the back of the sofa. He laughed carelessly. "This professor, he is quite tactful. Not only did he approve Nianji's leave, but he also found an excuse to go back to the United States. That way, no one will notice Nianji's absence." Zhao Liangzi laughed and kicked Yin Shixiang. "Not only is he tactful, he's also very considerate and considerate. To be honest, Professor, he treats Nianji only slightly less than Hua Xiao treats Nianji. He treats her much better than everyone else." Yin Shixiang chuckled, his eyebrows moving up and down. "That makes sense. One is a professor, and the other is a guardian. They're both seniors, and they love their juniors the same." Zhao Liangzi smiled sheepishly as he hid behind Yin Shixiang. He didn't want to meet Hua Xiaoheng's gaze. However, Hua Xiaoheng ignored the 2 personal secretaries. He raised his hand to signal them to leave. He sat alone in his office, staring at the computer. It looked like he was working, but only he knew that he wasn't paying attention to anything on the computer. His thoughts were completely occupied by He Ji-Chu's strange feelings for Gu Nianji. Why did He Ji-Chu care so much about Gu Nianji? Was his concern for Gu Nianji already detached from the concern a professor would have for his student? When did this start? Was it during the 6 months of her internship at the U.S. Congress, or even earlier? Hua Xiaoheng was deep in thought. Something flashed through his mind, but when he wanted to grasp it, it disappeared without a trace. He stood up and crossed his arms as he paced around the office. He thought about everything about He Ji-Chu, but he still couldn't figure out the relationship between them. He called Zhao Liangzi over the internal line. "Hua Xiao, what's up?" "Little Zay, I asked you to investigate He Ji-Chu and Wen Shuyi again last time. Did you find anything?" Hua Xiaoheng stood by the window and asked without turning his head. Zhao Liangzi nodded and placed a file in front of Hua Xiaoheng. "I checked it again, and it's the same as before. But now that I'm looking at it from the beginning, some of the timing is quite interesting. Hu Xiaoheng opened the file and read it himself as he listened to Zhao Liang's narration. This information shows that the Hes are the richest family in South America. Their family assets span across several South American countries. He Zhichu and Wen Shui have citizenship in Argentina, Brazil, England, and the United States. He Zhichu himself has a great influence in the U.S. political and military circles. Hu Xiaoheng flicked the file thoughtfully. This last point wasn't in the previous information. Yes, I added He Zhichu's influence in the U.S. political and military circles. Zhao Liangzi said seriously, if it weren't for Nianji, we wouldn't have seen He Zhichu's ability in this area. He was referring to the conflict between Gu Nianji and Xian Xingao in the United States, and the accident in the Caribbean Sea. He Zhichu was in a completely dominant position in these two incidents. He demonstrated his great power and helped Gu Nianji overcome the difficulties. Hu Xiaoheng looked down at the file and continued, the Hes had always kept a low profile in South America. But 7 years ago, He Zhichu suddenly became a partner of the largest law firm in the United States. That was when the He's power finally surfaced. Yes, and then 3 years ago, He Zhichu entered Harvard Law School in the United States to teach. He started as an associate professor and became a tenured professor in just 2 years. At the same time, he had the qualifications to accept doctoral students. Last year, he accepted the offer from the B University Law School and came to B University as an adjunct professor. Zhao Liangzi walked to Hu Xiaoheng's desk and placed both hands on it. He leaned forward and lowered his voice. Hu Xiao, look at this. The year He Zhichu entered Harvard Law School in the United States was the year Nianji started her undergraduate law studies at C University. Hu Xiaoheng nodded slowly, his eyes dark and bottomless. He pointed at the time on the file and continued, also, look at this. Nianji graduated last year and He Zhichu suddenly decided to accept a master's student. The B University Law School is much better than C University, but he didn't accept at B University. Instead, he came to C University to interview Nianji. Yes. Zhao Liangzi clenched his fists. His eyes sparkled as he said excitedly, that time, Nianji seemed to have fallen ill and missed the interview. I remember Big Xiong went to school to ask for a leave of absence for Nianji and said that He Zhichu's attitude was very bad. Big Xiong even grumbled for a long time and said what was so good about this kind of professor. It's better if Nianji doesn't get in. Hu Xiaoheng looked down uncomfortably at the mention of Gu Nianji's illness. He didn't meet Zhao Liangzi's eyes. He covered his mouth with one hand and coughed softly. Basically, we can conclude that He Zhichu did everything because of Nianji. Zhao Liangzi nodded fiercely. That's right. He leaned forward even more excitedly. Hu Xiao, do you think He Zhichu knew Nianji in the past? If that was the case, then Gu Nianji's background would soon be revealed. The truth they had been pursuing for 6 or 7 years was about to be revealed. Zhao Liangzi couldn't contain his excitement. Hu Xiaoheng didn't speak for a long time. It was so long that Zhao Liangzi thought Hu Xiaoheng would reject his opinion. Hu Xiaoheng finally said, that's a possibility, but there's another possibility. What possibility? That he intentionally tried to get close to Gu Nianji. Actually, he's no different from the people in the CIA, Britain's MI5, and Israel's Mossad. Oh. You're saying that He Zhichu could be a special agent for these countries? Zhao Liangzi was shocked by the news and his whole body wilted like a frosted eggplant. However, he had been following this matter for a long time. After being shocked by Hu Xiaoheng, he quickly recovered and shook his head. No, he can't be an intelligence agent for these countries. They can't afford to hire him. He's like the underground godfather of South America. Every presidential candidate there needs the approval of the He family before they can run. Therefore, the intelligence agencies of those countries should be used by He Jichu, not the other way around. It was the second watch. Asking for monthly and recommendation votes. Oh, intersection. Oh. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.